I see many are trying to imitate our style, but there's only one MAGA Minute, so let's get to it. This week, the president attended the FIFA Club World Cup final, hosted NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte in the Oval Office, where he announced an agreement to a multi-billion-dollar sale of U.S. military equipment to NATO. The president hosted CEOs and business leaders at the White House for a powerful faith luncheon. He traveled to Pennsylvania to deliver remarks at the Pennsylvania Energy and Innovation Summit and announced $90 billion in U.S. energy and artificial intelligence investments in the Commonwealth. The president hosted the Crown Prince of Bahrain in the Oval Office and welcomed families who have lost loved ones to the fentanyl scourge in our nation to the White House for the signing of the bipartisan Halt Fentanyl Act, before wrapping up the week on Friday by signing the Genius Act, a massive win for the crypto industry. This week, the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ reached record highs. The Department of Treasury posted a $27 billion surplus in the month of June for the first time in many years because of the president's tariff revenue. And core inflation beat expectations for yet another month. President Trump has established the most secure border in U.S. history with record low Border Patrol apprehensions and zero parole releases in June. And in a win for the MAHA movement, the Trump administration announced that dozens of ice cream companies, representing more than 90% of the ice cream volume sold in the United States, have pledged to eliminate the use of certified artificial colors in their ice cream and frozen dairy products. Also here in Washington, Congress passed a $9 billion rescissions package, clawing back your tax dollars for partisan, taxpayer-funded media and foreign aid. And lastly, President Trump has directed the Attorney General Pam Bondi to move forward with requesting grand juries related to the Epstein files unseal their relevant documents. It was certainly a very busy week for President Trump here at the White House, and we'll see you for next week's MAGA Minute.
Treason. Treason means the crime of helping your country's enemies or of trying to destroy your country's government. For example, they were charged with treason and sentenced to death.
Because I was the hunted, and now I'm the hunter. It's a big difference. Big difference.
tell you, and I've said this very publicly, if you're going to stage a coup, you better kill the king. And in this case, they were not able to kill the king, meaning, Donald Trump. And I'm just metaphorically using that because he's not a king. He's the president of the United States, but twice we have seen assassination attempts on him, very public assassination attempts on him. Many people don't know of the other threats against his life. So they were not able to do that. They also, in my case, and I'll speak specifically from me, I went through hell. My family went through hell. But they picked the wrong Irishman, and they picked the wrong Irish family, because we knew from the very beginning, and Steve, I don't think we realized when we were first in the White House in the early days of 2017, just how deep these people and how much they were willing to go. And now what we're learning, and I've known this. I've just written just published a book on it called Pardon of Innocence, because Trump had to use his pardon power to pardon an innocent man. Most people think I spent time in jail and was convicted. And, my case was dismissed because of egregious government misconduct. So we now, do I feel vindicated? I will feel vindicated when I see Barack Obama get, have
Amen.
Handcuffs on, being escorted from his house and being brought into jail.
You guys who watch me know that I use the word Democrat elite a lot. People ask me, who are these Democrat elite that you speak of? Yes, it's people like Joe Biden, people like Hillary Clinton, Nancy Pelosi, and Chuck Schumer. But it's important to recognize that it is also unelected officials like Fauci, who has shown throughout his entire career serving under both Democrat and Republican administrations through his actions that he serves his own interests and the interests of big pharma and big government consistently over the interests of the American people. The insidious part about this is that he and others take these actions and abuse their power in the name of working for our best interests, when in fact they are doing the exact opposite. For example, as you remember, during COVID, Dr. Fauci demanded that we place blind faith in him and the government. They said, just trust us. Just trust the science, that we are acting in the interest of your public health. But over time, we saw what it was really about. It was about control. It was about more money, huge amounts of money, our taxpayer dollars being put directly into the pockets of big pharma for carrying it out.
So at the end of the day, we need to look at Pam Bondi. Is that the person who at the end of the day is going to bring us accountability? Pam Bondi?
Attorney General Pam Bondi, FBI Director Kash Patel, it is their responsibility to gather all of the evidence, both that we have released, the facts that have already been known previously, the information that will continue to come out, and move forward with this prosecution and these indictments.
All right. Right. The last reports are the worst reports that we're going to see. And I understand that there is more, perhaps, that you are going to come out with next week. And I was told that that's why they raided Mar-a-Lago, that they wanted to find the Trump-Russia documents that indicated there was absolutely no collusion and that there was no evidence to even start such an investigation. But Trump didn't have it there in Mar-a-Lago, but that's why they raided his house in 2022. Is that correct?
I don't have the details on the specifics of the Mar-a-Lago raid itself. Those are within the possession of the FBI. But there's no question in my mind that this intelligence community assessment that President Obama ordered be published, which contained a manufactured intelligence document. It's worse than even politicization of intelligence. It was manufactured intelligence that sought to achieve President Obama and his team's objective, which was undermining President Trump's presidency and subverting the will of the American people. So yes, next week we will be releasing more detailed information about how exactly this took place and the extent to which this information was sought to be hidden from the American people, hidden from officials who would be in a position to do something about it. And that's really the point here that I think is most important, Maria, and you said it in your opening. Accountability is essential.
Obama knew about it. Joe Biden knew about it. Comey knew about it. Brennan, Clapper, the whole group, they all knew about it. Lisa Page, the lover struck, they all knew about it. And we have it documented, we have it in text, we have it in all sorts of forms. They knew about it. It was a terrible thing. Should have never happened and should never be allowed to happen again to a president. This should never happen again. This was a setup like we've never seen. I think it's the political crime of the century.
Let me tell you something that may sound insane at first, but your spirit already knows it's true. You were never ordinary. You were never safe. You were never supposed to blend in because you were chosen. And not by man, not by popularity, not by religion, not by bloodline or birthright, but by a God who whispered your name before time had a clock. While others were being formed, you were being forged. While they got blessings, you got battles. While they got platforms, you got pits. But here's the secret hell doesn't want you to know. The pit was never punishment, it was preparation. You weren't overlooked, you were hidden because chosen ones aren't put on display. They're put through fire because only those who've survived the furnace can carry the flame. See, there's a reason the enemy came for your mind early. A reason betrayal hit you harder than most. A reason you've been tired but still unbroken, crushed but never destroyed. Because there's something embedded in you that hell can't delete, a divine code that screams untouchable. You were sealed. Before you ever lifted a prayer, before you ever fasted, before you ever repented, he sealed you with something hell can't reverse, an unbreakable assignment. And that's why the top demon himself can't touch you. He doesn't just see your wounds, he sees what you carry. That's why the attacks were never random. That's why the rejection wasn't a coincidence. That's why isolation became your best friend, because God wasn't punishing you. He was protecting what hasn't even been released yet. You're not under attack because you're weak. You're under attack because you're loaded. You're not just a person, you're a prophecy in progress. So now the question is, will you believe what life has said about you, or will you step into what heaven already knows? Because when God seals a destiny, it doesn't matter how hard hell hisses. The chosen cannot be cursed, the sealed cannot be touched, and the one who walks with fire cannot be burned. Stay right here, because by the time you reach the end of this message, you'll understand why even the highest ranking demon backed off when he saw you coming. Number one, you're not just protected, you're off limits. You're not just protected, you're off limits. There's a difference. Protection means something is guarding you, but being off limits means even if the enemy gets close, he still can't touch you. There's a line drawn around your life, and it's not written in chalk, it's carved in divine authority. God didn't just say, I'll keep them safe. He said, don't touch this one. That's a command, not a suggestion. And when God speaks, the spiritual realm obeys. Even hell knows better than to cross a line God himself has set. That's why the attacks you've faced never did what they were supposed to do. You've been hit, yes, wounded, yes, but never destroyed, never taken out. That's because there's a layer over your life that goes beyond logic. It doesn't make sense why others crumbled under pressure you survived, why others lost their minds in storms that you somehow walked through. It's not that you're stronger, it's that you're sealed. See, the enemy studies people. He knows weakness, he tracks patterns, but when he gets to you, he sees something different. He sees a life with heavenly orders stamped all over it. He sees boundaries he can't cross. He sees divine warnings that say, access denied. It drives him crazy. So instead of attacking you directly, he sends distractions, confusion, delays, people who carry chaos. But it never really works. Why? Because even in your lowest moments, there's something in you he can't crack. That's what happens when you're chosen. You're not just watched over, you're marked. And being marked by God doesn't mean life gets easier. It means hell recognizes you as a threat, even when you don't feel like one. But it still can't reach you. You're not vulnerable the way others are. You walk with a seal that can't be forged, faked, or forced open. You're not just protected. You are untouchable, not because of who you are, but because of whose you are. Number two, you're not in a battle. You are the battlefield. You're not in a battle. You are the battlefield. That's why your life has felt like a war zone since the beginning. You weren't just born into conflict. You attract it, not because you're weak, but because you carry something that forces light and darkness to collide. Wherever you go, something shifts, atmospheres change, people get uncomfortable, things either break off or break loose. That's not random. That's spiritual. You don't step into battles. You become the ground where battles are fought. There's a reason you've always felt like you were being pulled in two directions, like you're in the middle of something bigger than you. That's because you are. You carry weight, and not just emotional weight. Spiritual gravity. When you walk into a place, there's an invisible line drawn. One side is trying to push you into purpose, the other is desperate to distract or destroy you. That tension you feel isn't confusion. It's evidence that both kingdoms recognize what you carry. You think you're just going through life, but life has been coming through you. Every breakdown, every battle, every unexpected attack. It all makes more sense when you realize you're not just caught in the crossfire. You are the fire. You're the territory God's trying to reclaim, and the enemy is trying to sabotage. That's why you wrestle with heaviness that others don't feel. That's why people are drawn to your light, but also try to dim it. You've been wondering why peace seems temporary, and rest always gets interrupted. It's because your very existence is disruptive to darkness. You carry clarity that breaks confusion. You carry purpose that frustrates evil. You carry presence that pushes back hell. And the wildest part, you're still standing. With all that pressure, all that warfare, all that weight, you're still here, still fighting, still walking. That's not by accident. That's because even when you didn't know it, heaven was using your life to make a statement. You don't just show up to battles. Battles happen because you showed up.
What if there was a certain group that tried to end this slavery? Well, that is why I'm here, to tell and educate you about Q.
The greatest military operation the world has ever seen.
People who believe in the QAnon conspiracy theory.
So broad and bizarre.
It's like an alternative reality.
Best sum up QAnon.
QAnon shaman pushing QAnon theories.
QAnon.
QAnon is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Conspiracy theories are continuing.
Satan worshippers and pedophiles who eat babies.
Pedophile ring, and that you are the savior of that.
I just don't know about QAnon. We follow the vision of President John F. Kennedy, who predicted the rise of special operations nearly 60 years ago.
In my former life, I was an insider as much as anybody else. And I knew to be an insider, it's not bad. Now I'm being punished for leaving the special club and revealing to you the terrible things that are going on having to do with our country.
WikiLeaks releasing the newest batch of what are believed to be campaign chairman John Podesta.
Involves the Clinton campaign chair John Podesta. The drip fed out on WikiLeaks.
Your steadfast commitment to end human trafficking. And your
Pizzagate. It became a major
today because I was watching between Pizzagate and
that may be part of a child sex trafficking ring.
Time to drain the swamp, wash away. Which, by the way, we are keeping open, and to keep open the detention facilities in Guantanamo Bay. And we're going to load it up with some bad dudes. Believe me, we're going to load it up. I will totally obliterate the deep state. Because I used to be part of the club, I'm the only one that can fix it. I'm doing this for the people and for the movement, and we will take back this country for you, and we will make America great again.
To Thomas Massie. When did he decide to start voting with the radical Democrats? Massie voted against President Trump's tax cuts. Massie voted against finishing President Trump's wall. Massie even voted against Trump's ban on taxpayer-funded sex changes for minors.
I don't think Thomas Massie understands government. I think he's a grandstander. I think he should be voted out of office.
Let's fire Thomas Massie. MAGA Kentucky is responsible for the content of this advertising.
Who was the subject of one of the best-selling books of a couple of years ago, which you wrote, The Real Anthony Fauci, amazing book. And all this information about him was exposed to the world, and he gets some sinecure at Georgetown and still has Secret Service protection. He seems to be thriving.
He doesn't have Secret Service protection
any longer.
No, President Trump took that away from him. But
good.
He got immunity. Why did he need immunity? Why did he need a pardon in advance?
What do you think the answer is?
I would be speculating, but I think he was vulnerable. I think he had a lot of liability on creating coronavirus. He was funding precisely that research at the Wuhan lab.
Yep.
And he was giving them the technology. He was giving them, he gave them not only the technology, the precise technology for developing that pathogen, and published about it, by the way. And, the publications credit NIH for financing the studies, but
in which the Russians offered help, which we know they did. The campaign accepted help, which we know they did. The Russians then delivered help, which we know they did.
There is circumstantial evidence of collusion. The case is more than that, and I can't go into the particulars, but there is more than circumstantial evidence now. So,
you've said on more than one occasion that you've seen ample evidence of the Trump campaign's Russia collusion. Last March, you said you had more than circumstantial evidence of treasonous collusion with Russia.
I've certainly said that there's ample evidence of collusion.
Can you agree that there has been no evidence of collusion, coordination, or conspiracy that has been presented thus far between the Trump campaign and Russia?
No, I don't agree with that at all. I think there's plenty of evidence of collusion or conspiracy. But we do know this. The Russians offered help. The campaign accepted help. The Russians gave help, and the president made full use of that help. And that is pretty damning.
Reviewing the evidence that I have.
Scum, who are beholden to scum, Russian scum.
Whoever, owing allegiance to the United States,
levies war against them, or adheres to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort within the United States or elsewhere, is guilty of treason and shall suffer death.
We've had great leaders. They understood that there was something not right. And Eisenhower was really the first to warn the nation that, hey, there's this thing called the military-industrial complex, and we've got to be careful of it. Fast forward to John F. Kennedy, he actually called out the CIA, made the comment, I'm going to break it into 1 million pieces. And you have to ask yourself, what did he know? So for 40 years, we have this Cold War. Giant programs that are being built. But that Cold War, it gave rise to the things that President Eisenhower and President Kennedy warned us about. The military-industrial complex, the intelligence services at the time, we now know in Kennedy's assassination, we're part of his demise. It's like, how did we ever get here?
In the year 1684, the Vatican removed 14 books from the Bible. There were originally 80 books in the Bible when it was translated from Latin to English back in 1611. These days there are only 66. The missing books are known as the Apocrypha, which in Greek means hidden. Even stranger is that Jesus' name was spelled Iesus before these 14 books were removed. Some say the contents of the books didn't fit in with the Roman Catholic Church's narrative, and so they were simply taken out. Number 9. Alien influences. Russian professor Genrikh Ludwig allegedly gained access to the secret Vatican archives in the 1920s and came upon some extremely disturbing information. The story goes that Ludwig was allowed into the archives, where he discovered over 53 miles, 85 kilometers of shelving and 35,000 volumes of catalogs. He started finding things that didn't make sense. There were papers that discussed how aliens had influenced all the most ancient civilizations of the world, from the Egyptians to the Mayans. He also allegedly found historical records of nuclear-style weapons being used in ancient times. One text explained how the walls of Babylon were melted by a weapon that output monstrous temperatures. Number 8. The Antichrist. In 2010, Reverend Gabriel Amorth was 85 years old. He was also the chief exorcist in the Vatican, with a history of treating over 70,000 cases of demonic possession. He had a small office on the 3rd floor of Vatican City, where he operated as a very real exorcist for 25 years. In an interview with the Italian newspaper La Repubblica, the Reverend defended his work and freely admitted that he believes the devil is a pure and invincible spirit of evil. He also told the reporters that the devil can speak many languages, he can transform himself at will, and he can stay hidden when necessary. Gabriel Amorth claimed the devil infiltrated the Vatican and tried to directly attack John Paul II. The devil got back into the Vatican again and possessed a Swiss-Italian woman. On Christmas Eve, she attempted to push down Pope Benedict XVI, but was foiled by the pontifical Swiss guard. She went back the next year on Christmas Eve during midnight mass and knocked the Pope over. Number 7. The 3 Secrets of Fatima. The biggest prophecy of all was delivered on May 13th, 1917. 3 young Portuguese shepherds were visited by an apparition of the Virgin Mary. They were visited 6 times between May and October. Throughout these visits, the Virgin Mary gave the children 3 prophetic secrets. These secrets were apocalyptic visions of the end of the world. Lucia Santos became the speaker for the 3 shepherd girls. In 1941, she finally revealed to the Vatican 2 of the secret prophecies. In 1943, the Bishop of Leiria asked to reveal the 3rd secret and ordered that Lucia write it down. She did, but sealed it in an envelope with directions not to open it until the year 1960. The 1st secret was revealed by Lucia in her memoir to be a vision of hell. The 2nd secret had to do with World War I and World War II. The 3rd secret is hugely controversial. She gave a vivid description of the persecution of Christians in the 20th and 21st century, along with a vision of the apocalypse. But there are many who believe the Vatican did not publish what Lucia wrote, instead keeping her secret to themselves and making up something to satisfy the public. Number 6. UFO over Vatican City. In 2007, a mysterious orange disc was spotted hovering over the Vatican. Witnesses saw what can only be described as a silver-orange glowing saucer in broad daylight, hovering over the dome of St. Peter's Basilica. As quickly as it caught the attention of citizens around the globe, the UFO visiting the Vatican was out of everyone's memory. Number 5. The Lost Gospel. There is allegedly written evidence that Jesus Christ married Mary Magdalene and had babies. The evidence comes in the form of a manuscript from the 6th century when it was translated from Greek to the ancient language of Syriac. This is obviously controversial for a whole lot of reasons. Firstly, the manuscript is unreliable. It is a real piece of work that was sitting in the British Library, but nobody really knows where it came from or exactly when it was written. Also, the manuscript paints Mary Magdalene as the daughter of God and the co-redeemer of humanity. In other words, she was just as important to the story as Jesus. But this obviously wouldn't have sat right with the Vatican, who wanted to whitewash Jesus and turn Christians into prudes. Many historians believe Jesus may have lived a much more human lifestyle than the Vatican wants you to think. Number 4. Profiting from hypocrisy. The Vatican prospers frequently from things they don't believe in. As an example, you probably didn't know that the Vatican invested millions of euros in getting the film Rocket Man produced, a relationship extremely frowned upon by the Church. They invested tens of millions in the Centurion Global Fund. This fund went on to back several films in Hollywood. Number 3. The Dead Man's Trail. In the year 897, Pope Stephen VI went through a lot of trouble to put a dead man on trial. It was one of the most bizarre things the Vatican ever did, at least that we know about. Pope Formosus had already been dead for a few months and had no real way of defending himself or his honor. Pope Stephen VI accused the former pope in front of an audience and hurled words at him as though he were screaming at a real, living person. The whole point is that being the pope wasn't the best job in the medieval days. They were normally complete lunatics. It was more political than religious, and most of them died young. Number 2. The secret archives. There is no place on this planet more secret than the Vatican's secret archives. Everything in the archives is so secretive that the Vatican only allows entry to the most trusted scholars over the age of 75. This is undoubtedly so that even if the scholars wanted to spill the beans, they'd come down with dementia before they ever could. We do know of some artifacts being held in the archives. There's a letter from Mary, Queen of Scots, before she was killed in 1587. There are documents relating to the excommunication of Martin Luther. The transcripts from the trial against the Knights Templar are housed here. Anything important relating to the Church over the past 1200 years can be found in the archives. Number 1. The highest crime rate. Statistics show that in Vatican City, 1 to 1.5 crimes are committed each year per person. And in truth, this isn't a big surprise, considering they're the smallest country in the world in size and population. There are 18 million tourists who travel each year to Vatican City. Many of these tourists are criminals.
2024 is the final battle. They're going after Trump, and if they can get Trump, it means they can get you, they can get me, they can get all of us. He is standing in the way, and that can sound like a campaign slogan, but it's very true.
Now we're approaching the most important battle of our lives.
Now, for the very first time in American history, a sitting president's DOJ has indicted his top political rival ahead of a presidential campaign. When they indicted me for nothing, I said, now the gloves are off. Now we have to say if I can see the crook.
I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Oh Lord, and I've been waiting for this moment for all my life. Oh Lord, can you feel it coming in the air tonight?
Now we're approaching the most important battle of our lives. If you fuck around with us, if you do something bad to us, we are going to do things to you that have never been done before.
When you told me you were drowning, I would not lend a hand. I've seen your face before, my friend, but I don't know if you know who I am. Well, I was there and I saw what you did. I saw it with my own two eyes. So you could wipe out that grin. I know where you've been. It's all been a pack of lies. Well, I
problem with someone, you have to go after them. And it's not necessarily to teach that person a lesson. It's to teach all of the people that are watching a lesson.
The last time we ever met, but I know the reason why you keep your silence.
When we get back in the White House, I will totally obliterate the deep state.
The hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. Some stranger to you and me.
Get back power. I don't really want to have peace with these people who did this to us and are continuing to do this to us. We have to turn the tables on them, give them a dose of their own medicine, and then we can even the playing field, and then we can discuss unity.
Good evening, Patriots. God bless you. Welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting, where I'm still getting organized. Luckily, thank God, it's a nice slow Sunday. Always helps me catch up. I see we missed some pretty good interviews. Maybe some of you seen them, but as for the news, it's like, I don't know, it seems like it was slow. Well, it was. You guys, what'd you catch? Anybody? Don't forget, if you want to join the free raffle, throw the number 17 in the chat there while we're going today. We'll take a look at what news we got, and then we will catch up on some things. So we knew this is where things were heading. Russiagate, Russia collusion hoax. We knew it was going to come before the election stuff, sort of coming at the same time, but I mean, from what Juan said, it sounded like arrests would come before this point. And so it's good to see this happening, and I think we'll see arrests out of this. I think you'll see Comey arrested out of this. I think you might see Brennan arrested out of this. Clara and David, I got you there. For those of you that didn't watch earlier, we're gonna have a raffle on Wednesday. Free. Totally free. Obama knew, Clinton knew, Biden knew, Comey knew, McCabe knew, Strzok knew. God, I remember Peter Strzok. He really put up a good bullcrap fight, didn't he? Secret Russia meeting. I know this was approved the other day, the $9 billion in cuts to U.S. aid, or to the NPR and PBS, defunded completely. It's pretty cool. All cables going down. I'm totally out of the swing of things. I need to exercise the broadcast. Good to see all you, though. I missed all you. Charlotte, and I'll get you in there. Michelle, did I write you down? I did. Have you guys been keeping up with things while I was gone? You sound like I feel. Yeah, I think that's the result of being locked in a, like cramped bus and train with all these people. In Boston, there was a lot of people, and I'd say 80% of the people traveling out of that station seemed foreign, but I mean, like all kinds of languages. I heard people speaking, all kinds of different people. It's pretty interesting. Did you enjoy the event, David? David went to the event. MJ Truth had this posted up. Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. Is that what it is? LASD? Yeah. Los Angeles County. Sheriff Luna says the Department of Justice has been sending him threatening letters to file federal charges against him if he doesn't cooperate with turning over suspected illegal aliens. Apparently, other sheriffs who aren't cooperating are getting the same letters, as they probably should. Sheriff Luna and his family migrated here illegally. Isn't that just peachy? He wants to make sure other people can come in here illegally. Is that it? He doesn't want to permit ICE to use county property databases, detainers. Yeah, that's not going to work. But I'll let you hear what he has to say real quick.
Because over the last several months, I personally have received, I'm going to call it threatening letters from the federal government to make sure that we are cooperating with them doing civil immigration enforcement.
You said threatening letters from the federal government. Can you elaborate about that? What are they threatening?
Just to make sure that we are in full cooperation with the federal government and their vision for enforcing federal civil immigration laws. And a lot of them say if you don't, there's going to be consequences up to the point of you being charged federally. I don't know if you can consider that a threat. Yes.
Will Obama be the first arrest? No, I don't think he'll be the first arrest. I think he'll be... I mean, it's just my opinion. I think he'll be among a series of arrests. I don't know. I think they'll make an arrest and then they'll start arresting a bunch of people tied to it. I don't know. I do think he'll be arrested for it. Call me crazy, and I'm sure some will. I kind of feel like Comey and Brennan could be arrested first for it. Again, that's just an opinion, so. I really hope to try and get Juan on here to talk about it, actually, before Russiagate stuff breaks. We'll see how that goes. There's other people I'd like to talk to. I would really like to get Mark Cook on here to talk about the election stuff before it breaks, so... Where are we at? Let's move forward here. Delta Boeing 767 engine burst into flames after takeoff from the LAX airport. We'll look at the story real quick.
If I haven't said it already. Oh, look at that! Whoa! Was that a compressor stall? What's going on? Whoa! Whoa, whoa, hang on. That's not good. That's not good, guys. I'm turning up ATC, I don't hear anything. Whoa! I'm guessing compressor stall, but that's speculation. Oh my gosh. And thankfully the hydraulics are functioning and we got the landing gear down for the 767.
They managed to land. Yay! Chris, you should invite some of the group here. And I'll have to hook up with your Telegram group because I'd like to stay in touch with everybody. Tsunami alert was prompted today after powerful earthquake struck off the coast of Russia and quite a few other places, actually. Looks like. Slow on my news. If I remember right, I could have sworn they warned that there was gonna be an earthquake up there. More to the Alaska side of things, but Kamchatka's right there. Is the news just terrible because I've been gone, or? Oh, that's all right. We got some good stuff to catch up on tonight. Treasonous coup is directed by Barack Hussein Obama. Think about this. We're now talking about Obama committing treason openly. They're preparing the public for what's coming. Yep. Tulsi Gabbard says, yes, we have enough evidence to indict and prosecute those responsible. She also says she has more whistleblowers coming out of the woodwork. Everything they have will now be given to the Department of Justice, and the ball will be in Pam Bondi's court. Don't drop the ball, Pam. I gotta tell you, these mosquito bites are something wicked. I feel like I'm like having an allergic reaction to mosquito bites. Wild stuff. Anyway. Yeah, I'll get back into the hang of things. It'll get much better. Let's listen to Tulsi again.
The implications of this are frankly nothing short of historic. Over 100 documents that we released on Friday really detail and provide evidence of how this treasonous conspiracy was directed by President Obama just weeks before he was due to leave office, after President Trump had already gotten elected. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is an issue that is so serious it should concern every single American because it has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic. What we saw occur here, as the documents we released detailed, was that we had a sitting president of the United States and his cabinet and leadership team, quite frankly, who were not happy with the fact that President Trump had won the election, that the American people had chosen Donald J. Trump to be the next president, commander-in-chief of the United States. And so they decided that they would do everything possible to try to undermine his ability to do what voters tasked President Trump to do. So creating this piece of manufactured intelligence that claims that Russia had helped Donald Trump get elected contradicted every other assessment that had been made previously in the months leading up to the election that said exactly the opposite, that Russia had neither the intent nor the capability to try to, quote unquote, hack the United States election for the presidency of the United States. So the effect of what President Obama and his senior national security team did was subvert the will of the American people, undermining our democratic republic, and enacting what would be essentially a years-long coup against President Trump, who was duly elected by the American people.
That's right. And I want to listen to one more.
Do you believe that we will see prosecutions? I mean, our audience wants to know where this story goes from here. Will we ever see anyone held accountable for this incredible lie on the American people?
I will do all that I can, and we have whistleblowers, actually, Maria, coming forward now after we release these documents, because there are people who were around, who were working within the intelligence community at this time, who were so disgusted by what happened. We're starting to see some of them come out of the woodwork here, because they too, like you and I and the American people, want to see justice delivered. So we're going to provide everything that we have, everything that we will continue to gather to the Department of Justice for that direct intent and that direct purpose. There must be indictments, those responsible, no matter how powerful they are and were at that time, no matter who was involved in creating this treasonous conspiracy against the American people, they all must be held accountable.
So do you expect, just to be clear, do you expect indictments and prosecutions?
I'm not a lawyer. In my view, we have the evidence to be able to move forward and bring about justice, yes, to prosecute and indict those responsible.
I like the sound of that. Can move right along with that. And the White House said it was alarmed by Netanyahu's decisions in Syria. According to multiple officials in Trump's administration, they were quoted as saying and branding the premier a madman and a child who just won't behave, according to the Times of Israel. It was also alleged that Benjamin Netanyahu was battling food poisoning, along with intestinal inflammation and severe dehydration. Let's look into that story, see if there's any truth to it. Doesn't look like the situation in Gaza is getting any better. I didn't see anything about Netanyahu, but maybe I missed it. Multiple people were making that claim today. Anyway, we're going to move on, though. We got a lot of stuff to look at here. Actually, we don't have much in the way of news. President Trump posted, the Wall Street Journal printed a fake letter supposedly to Epstein. These are not my words, not the way I talk. Also, I don't draw pictures. I told Rupert Murdoch it was a scam, that he shouldn't print this fake story, but he did. Now I'm going to sue his ass off and that of his third-rate newspaper. So that situation been going on over the past few days, it looks like. Look forward to getting Rupert Murdoch to testify in my lawsuit against him and his pile of garbage newspaper, the Wall Street Journal. That'll be an interesting experience. Could be a very interesting experience. Yes, they tried to distract you with the Epstein letter hoax so you wouldn't pay attention to the Obama FBI criminal conspiracy. And now the Epstein thing is going to bite them in the ass, too. I thought those were some funny posts to look at. What else? I'm so unorganized today. I see the CBS is canceling The Late Show with Stephen Colbert. Looks like it happens in May. I think this came through Pete Hegseth the other day. Military bases in New Jersey and Indiana to become immigrant detention centers. I'll bring up the story on that.
All right, welcome back and live now. I'm Austin Westfall. Always a pleasure checking in with Christina on these Saturdays. We love to do it. All right, I'll be in control here for the next 4 hours. Lots and lots to get to. 2 o'clock on the West Coast. Just about 5 o'clock in the nation's capital. As I said, we are going to be speaking with Hal Kempfer about lots and lots of topics. There is a lot to discuss. Hal is here with me right now. As always, Hal, it's good to see you. There are 3 different big headlines that I wanted to touch on with you today. The first one has to do with something that the Trump administration is proposing. Military.com says the Department of Homeland Security is planning to house migrants at 2 new military installations as the Trump administration increasingly turns to the armed forces to bolster its aggressive immigration crackdown. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth says that bases in Indiana and New Jersey can house detained immigrants without affecting military readiness. I'm curious, Hal, is there any precedent for an idea like this? You and I were talking offline about Fort Bliss in El Paso and Camp Pendleton in the 70s.
Yeah, actually, they've been used a lot. President Obama actually had multiple military bases back in 2014 when he was doing, I don't know if you want to call it a crackdown or whatever, but he was housing immigrants from Central America, South America, and Mexico, depending on how you want to count Mexico. I count it as North America. But he had actually used military installations. And if you go back, for example, in 94, when I worked the Haiti-Cuba crisis, the boat crisis, if you will, where they were trying to get out of Haiti and Cuba, we used our military bases again. Guantanamo most famously, but we actually used the Panama Canal Zone to house immigrants as part of that crisis. And it keeps going that way. I mean, when Vietnam and Cambodia, when it fell in 75, and you had the big influx of Vietnamese and Cambodian boat people, again, Camp Pendleton, for example, in Southern California, housed a huge complex for bringing in those immigrants, processing them, getting them, moving them on to where they had to go. So, and then I could go back to World War II and a bunch of other things. So it is very common to use military bases, and this is not the first time the Trump administration has done it. in the first term. I think El Paso was used and another military.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing? This is pretty interesting sounding, Arba. Moving forward here. Anna Paulina Luna posted this yesterday. If you get bored tonight, head over to cia.gov/reading room. Check out some of their declassified files. Wild stuff. Also, apparently, headquarters at Langley is haunted, per their tales from the Skiff podcast. She also says more files will be coming out next week. Isn't that interesting? I don't know what to make of their goofiness. Let's see if I got all you down here. I feel like I missed somebody for the contest. All right. Has anyone checked out those files yet? I've totally not had time, but I have a feeling they're going to be interesting. Surely some of you have looked. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Thought I had another post about it. I probably do. She's kind of fun, isn't she? Just throwing stuff out there. I thought this was interesting, because today is Chris Cornell's birthday. This clip from this article. Chester Bennington's son says the singer was undercover and hated the Clintons before he died. Lincoln Park's Chester Bennington's son claims his father and Chris Cornell were undercover before both of their deaths. Pretty wild, huh? I always told you I thought they were alive. I think that's more, proof of them being alive. Sort of like changing that song to the Resurrection remix. Interesting stuff. So I wanted to share that post. Happy birthday, Chris Cornell. It's also my daughter's birthday today. She's turned 21. Happy birthday, sweetheart. And where did I leave off? It's a post from MJ Truth. You had seen the COVID shot getting approval for children 6 months and older at risk. July 10th, the FDA approved the new Moderna COVID shot for children 6 months to 11 years old. Dr. Robert Malone just stated HHS officials went behind Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s back while on vacation to approve the Moderna shots. RFK Jr. received no briefing and gave no sign-off on the decision. Heather Melanson, Chief of Staff, and Hannah Anderson, Deputy Chief of Staff of Policy, were fired. These vaccines are now subject of having the approval revoked. Yeah. I think we all knew something wasn't right with that, but I'm surprised they didn't say that sooner. Why didn't he just say, hey, look, I was on vacation and they put it in behind my back? It seemed like it went on for a couple weeks before they said anything about it. Boom, boom, boom. I think you're already in the drawing, Gingeru. Okay. wild stuff. Democratic Representative Jim Himes, ranking House Intel Committee member, called on DNI Gabbard to stop releasing docs exposing how Obama's dirty spooks used Hillary's dossier to rig Russia-Trump intelligence because it will put John Brennan's safety at risk by mouth breathers at MAGA. And I think I've got that story. I've got some interesting stories to look at tonight.
This is the Will Cain Show, and we begin with a breaking news alert. Fox News Digital exclusively reporting that the Obama administration manufactured and politicized intelligence to create a narrative that the Kremlin was trying to influence the 2016 presidential election. This is the origins of Russia, Russia, Russia. Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has just declassified today these documents, laying out this timeline. Prior to 2016 and the election, officials from across the intelligence community assessed Russia lacked the intent and capability to hack U.S. elections. After President Trump's 2016 victory, early intel assessments proved that there was no foreign manipulation. Now, officials tell Fox that intelligence was then manufactured and politicized to be used as the basis for the year-long Mueller probe. The documents state, quote, hours before the December 8th, 2016 PDB was due to be published, a senior intelligence official abruptly pulled it from the president's briefing book. It was never published. The next day, on December 9th, 2016, the Obama White House convened in a classified NSC meeting with top administration officials to discuss Russia. Following the meeting, an email was then sent from then DNI Clapper's executive assistant to the intelligence community officials with the subject line, POTUS tasking on Russia election meddling. Within hours, the intelligence community made a 180-degree pivot and started drafting an intelligence community assessment that directly contradicted assessments from the previous 6 months, manufacturing and amplifying the Russia hoax narrative. This is what DNI Director Gabbard is saying today. There was a treasonous conspiracy in 2016 committed by officials at the highest level of our government. We'll continue to break down the bombshell as it develops. Hey, it's Will Cain. Click here to subscribe to the Fox News channel on YouTube. It's the best way to get our latest interviews and highlights. And click to subscribe to the Will Cain podcast for full episodes right now.
Yeah, whatever he said. Looking at a couple things here. In a January 5th, 2017 Oval Office meeting, Obama discussed Hillary's dossier material, making the false claim Trump was filmed by Russian intel of prostitutes urinating on Moscow Ritz bed with James Comey, Susan Rice, plus Biden, along with something Obama described as the plan. New evidence of Obama administration conspiracy to subvert President Trump's 2016 victory. Friday, Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, revealed overwhelming evidence that demonstrates how, after President Trump won the election against Hillary Clinton, the Obama and his national security cabinet members manufactured and politicized intelligence to lay the groundwork for what was essentially a years-long coup against President Trump. So, you've heard about all that stuff for years. You're definitely going to be hearing a lot more about it and hopefully seeing some arrests from it soon. So, some of these asylum seekers have been doing some wild things, and some money for asylum seekers has been going to wild things. I want to start with this story, and then I'll show you another article. And it's really kind of sad, but I don't know.
Joining me now to review the Sunday front pages is Deputy Political Editor of The Spectator, James Heal. Morning, James.
Morning, Camilla.
Let's get stuck into migrant hotels. Got two different tales being told. First of all, by the Mail on Sunday about a crime explosion in migrant hotels. Tell me more.
Yeah, so there's about 32,000 people living in these migrant hotels. And what the paper's done really is go through lots of different court records and revealed that at least 312 asylum seekers have been charged with 708 crimes over the past 3-4 years.
312 have been charged with over 700, so two crimes each.
Yeah, absolutely. So this is about exposing what these people are doing here, actually going to be putting a lot of pressure on social services. And I think it comes after a while where we've had sort of 5 years of asylum hotels, really, since the sort of boat crisis began, and actually not much reporting on what these people have been doing here. And of course, understandably, given that most of them are men, most of them are unable to work, they are basically quite bored. And unfortunately, a significant number, it seems, appear to be committing crimes here.
Obviously, alleged. We'll wait and see the outcome of some of these cases. Just that headline's just caught my attention. 41 migrants from just one hotel charged with a litany of crimes.
Absolutely.
That's just from one hotel.
Yeah, so this is the Thistle City Barbican in central London. And I think it's quite striking in recent weeks. You've seen politicians going to some of these migrant hotels and seeing, for instance, the bikes that are there, alleged sort of fast food companies being involved with them. And this has been looking at actually tracing all the crime records back to different places and where they're staying. So I think this is one of the big criticisms of the current setup, which is that hotels are supposed to be sort of places for economic growth in different areas, supposed to have places where people can go there and stimulate the local economy. Actually, what now seems to be happening is that they're hubs in which crime is being committed and becoming bits of hotspots, unfortunately.
You must just be laughing at the Home Office. We're just being let in, being given room and board. In some cases, I think Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp did the video about the Deliveroo trucks and things outside, and then just committing crime against UK and other citizens and getting away with it, seemingly. It's just unbelievable, really.
Yeah, and unable to deport them as well, because we've had a drop in foreign national deportation orders as well.
Well, on that theme, it's quite a good headline here in The Sun on Sunday. Taken for a ride. Ex-Serco boss lifts lid on migrant hotel scams. And one of them is two caught making OnlyFans sex film.
Well, I think at least this is a sort of story about consent. And, I mean, talk about integration in the UK. It's a very modern British story, isn't it?
Yes, we're asking people to assimilate. Yeah. And what better way of demonstrating integration than starring on OnlyFans?
Absolutely. One of the few sort of British companies that is really thriving currently is OnlyFans.
Let's get into the detail of this. Two asylum seekers were caught making an OnlyFans adult website sex film in their taxpayer-funded hotel.
I don't need to know all that, but... they were caught doing a lot of things, rapes, robberies, and that's just the UK. We know they're doing it over here. 70 people in Minnesota are accused in a coronavirus pandemic fraud scheme involving federal money and food for children. FBI Director Kash Patel has revealed. We'll look at this story here. Said the indictment came after a massive Feeding Our Future scheme that exploited a federal program to reimburse states who were paying to make sure children had food to eat during the pandemic. In his statement, Patel said stealing over $250 million from hungry kids during a pandemic to fund mansions and luxury cars is as shameless as it gets. And I'm proud of the FBI and our partners for dismantling this web of corruption, holding dozens accountable, and sending a clear message that if you exploit the most vulnerable, we will find you and bring you to justice. Yeah, that is pretty despicable, and that's, of course, out of Minnesota. Who would have thought? According to the man who had the same cell as Jeffrey Epstein, he couldn't have killed himself. And we're going to listen to what he has to say real quick. This was kind of interesting. The Democrats fumble when asked why they didn't release Epstein files when they were in control of Congress. If there was a smoking gun on Epstein, why didn't the Dems who controlled the files for 4 years and had Merrick Garland and James Comey in charge use it? Because they never had anything. All right, let's see what he has to say real quick, and then we'll get to moving on from the news.
In the exact cell where Epstein was later held. Michael, welcome back to the program. Tell us about that cell, and what do you make of these revelations that there is a minute missing from the surveillance video, Michael?
Well, listen, I spent 7 months on that tier and in those cells. And the first thing I have to say, there's no way you are able to commit suicide. There's just no way. There's no way to hang yourself. There's nothing from the ceiling. There's nothing from the bed. You'd have to be a midget and work really hard to try to hang yourself. And I don't think you can accomplish it at that point. As far as the cameras being off, I haven't experienced that. I did 8 years in prison, and I haven't experienced cameras being broken in the perfect storm of correctional officers not walking those cells. They walk in and they look in on you all the time. As a matter of fact, sometimes it's embarrassing to go to the toilet because they're walking past you and looking in the cell constantly. So I've said this from day one. I do not believe it was suicide. I can't talk about what happened to him, but I don't believe it was a suicide because you just couldn't physically do it. It would be almost impossible to do it. So that's number one.
It must be interesting, Michael, when you look at the video, though, it must be interesting because you know the area. I mean, we all look at this and it just looks like a prison, but this must look very familiar to you.
Absolutely. Very familiar. And the fact that a minute is missing, look, everything around this guy, I just did a very deep dive into him, which I'll be releasing on my platform in the next several days. Look, there's no way that this person operated alone. Look, they have the videos. Alan Dershowitz recently said that he saw the client list, but because there's people that he can't, because he's an attorney, he can't, reveal what he saw. But he said he saw the client list. He's demanding that it be released. To think that there's no flight logs, that there's no client list, that the thousands of recordings that they had, because I found out for sure that he had cameras on every bedroom, recording everything, and all of a sudden all of it is gone. I mean, none of this.
All right, so there's that. Now we're going to look at some of the stuff we missed in the past few days while I was gone. Starting with an interview that Jordan Clark did with Melissa Redpill. It's going to be awesome. Got a lot of cool interviews to catch up on. I'll be in the chat, my friends.
I am a soldier in the army of my God. The Lord Jesus Christ is my commanding officer. The Holy Bible is my code of conduct. Faith, prayer, and the Word are my weapons of warfare. I have been taught by the Holy Spirit, trained by experience, tried by adversity, and tested by fire. I am a volunteer in this army. I am enlisted for eternity. I will not get out, sell out, be talked out, or pushed out. I am a soldier. I am not a baby. I do not need to be pampered, petted, primed up, pumped up, picked up, or pepped up, because I am a soldier. No one has to call me, remind me, write me, visit me, entice me, or lure me, because I am a soldier. No one has to send me flowers, gifts, food, cards, candy, or give me handouts. I do not need to be cuddled, cradled, cared for, or catered to. I am committed. I am a soldier. I cannot be discouraged enough to turn me aside. I cannot lose enough to cause me to quit. I will win. I am more than a conqueror. I will always triumph. I can do all things through Christ, which strengthen me. Devils cannot defeat me. People cannot disillusion me. Weather cannot weary me. Sickness cannot stop me. Battles cannot beat me. Money cannot buy me. Governments cannot silence me. And hell cannot handle me. I am a soldier. Even death cannot destroy me. For when my commander calls me from this battlefield, he will promote me to captain and then allow me to rule with him. I am a soldier in the army. I am marching. I am claiming victory. I will not give up. I will not turn around. I am a soldier. You don't wanna go to war with a soldier.
It's trying. What's up, guys? Not today, devil. Not today, devil. Well, I hope you guys are doing well. And man, I'm excited for tonight's show. I gotta put this anointing oil on before the enemy tries to shut it down. He does not want this one to happen, and that's because we have an amazing, amazing guest. I know a lot of you already know Melissa Red Pill, but if you don't, you're about to what we call find out. I'm excited, guys. We're going to go over a lot tonight. We're blessed to have Melissa back. Perfect timing with everything that's going on in the Epstein situation, along with the end times. I don't know if you guys have heard. I guess it's the end times. So I'm going to let her kind of speak on more of that. She's very biblically sound. So, guys, drop questions in the chat. We're going to do a little Q&A at the end, but there's so much we want to go over. And obviously this whole financial thing going on right now, the Genius Act being signed today, it's a true monumental moment in our country's history. So I am very excited to have Miss Melissa back on. Help me welcome her in. Miss Melissa, how you doing?
Hey there, everybody. I'm so glad to be on with you too, Jordan. I love hanging out with you, brother. It's really great.
Amen.
And I'm excited to hear what you have to say about this Genius Act. I guess you heard President Trump said today that they named it after him. I love that.
Yes.
He is a genius. Perfect. Super genius. Yeah. So we want to talk about that. We're also going to talk about that there's 3 movies going on. Right.
Yes.
And really, this whole Epstein is one of those movies. If you see on the thumbnail, that's one of them, as well as this is the Russia that just dropped before we came out on there. And what was the third one?
Come on, Guardians of the Pedophiles.
Okay, that was the 2 I mentioned, and then there's one more.
Panic in DC.
Yeah. Which that's enough reason for them to panic, right?
That movie's been happening for a while, right?
I think this Genius Act may be the reason that there might be one of the reasons they're panicking, because if their whole financial system is crumbling, then that's game over. They've been able to control everything because they controlled the money. And so that's where I really want to hear your take on the Genius Act and what that means. Do you think?
Yeah, the Genius Act and the Clarity Act and all that. I mean,
hey there. Please don't tell me we lost you. If we lost you, I don't even know. Hopefully you can come back on, because the StreamYard is running on his system. Or did I get knocked off? I don't know. Can you hear me, Jordan? I'm here. Are you here? That's very strange. Okay, I'm the only one. Okay, now I see you. Yay, you're back.
Let me, I'm going to try to minimize as much as I can. I don't know what.
Okay, take your time. Okay, so while you're doing that, let's pray. Okay, Lord, I thank you that we can join together from all over the world. What an amazing day we live in, and all this technology is so awesome. But Lord, I just pray that you will just get the kinks worked out so that we can have this conversation, because there's so much going on, and we all really wanted to be able to share the truth about it and have that clarity in our own heart, and also to be able to help to explain it to others. So bless us as we discuss all these things, and be with us and be with the technology in Jesus' name. Amen. All right. If you guys aren't familiar with, keep doing what you need to do. Just let me know when you're ready.
Oh, we're good.
Okay,
I'm going to minimize stuff on the screen. I don't know how much you have pulled up, but that's probably with StreamYard.
It's
lagging it.
You think? So. Okay. All right. Okay.
Should be good. Is it lagging on your end or?
No. Well, then maybe a little bit. Yeah. Your face is stopping every minute
is
or
it?
so. Yes.
Okay. Well, I just got your website pulled up.
Okay.
I had the Genius Act PDF that I needed to pull up, but
Oh, awesome.
let's see. We'll see how it goes here.
There was a lot of discussion about that. A lot of people were pushing back on that hard, and President Trump was, not having it. He said he did not want any amendments to that thing. They didn't want to, he's already signed though into law that he will never allow, they cannot have a CBDC.
Correct.
So I don't know why she wanted him to do that again, put that amendment on the Genius Act. But
You're talking about Major Taylor Greene?
Yeah. Yes, she was. Yeah, that's what she was. Her hiccup with it was, I think that was it in a nutshell. But yes, so yes, tell us because since you're the crypto guy, tell us how this is going to affect our financial.
Well, the thing is it's very hard to explain because it's not like it's people need to understand that the old system, the SWIFT fiat system is simply old. We talked about this today on the Crypto Collective, that they never wanted us to have an efficient system. They never wanted us to have a system with freedom and a decentralized platform. And that's where crypto has come in. And obviously they're panicking in DC because, like you said, when you shut off the endless printing and you shut off the endless credit card of the Federal Reserve, funding doesn't happen for all these groups like Antifa and USAID. And that's why you're seeing all these collapse right now. So many things are collapsing, and the Democrats know that they can't win without their paid off people. Criminals don't commit crimes without reimbursement.
Right.
So exactly. Yeah. But the thing with our new system is people need to understand there's really like three parts to it. Yes, there's the cryptocurrency side. Yes, there's the gold and silver and precious metals side. And then, as Trump said, saving the dollar. As Juan O Savin has said many times, think of the silver dollar. That's the one thing I don't know. This whole rainbow currency thing, that's so far left field. I don't know who it was. Oh, it was your video. I showed your video to Colin, my partner, and we brought it up in our phone call the other day with the Crypto Collective on our Zoom call about the one you have with Charlie Ward. And when you're literally you're like, what are you talking about with nanotechnology? Yeah. Okay. Well, there's no way nanotechnology will ever be put inside of a dollar, a bill. That is the most inefficient thing that could ever happen. And, I understand where he was kind of coming from with tracking, but I guess I really don't. I think you were kind of confused in that conversation too. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, I don't even remember that. That has been a minute. Yeah.
Yeah. So I showed that to Colin, and nanotechnology. And the problem is, Melissa, is people are everyone wants to get the exposure. Everyone wants to have the video that pops off. Everyone wants to have the truth and come watch me and this and that in my podcast. And some things get taken from a little thing to a big thing way out of proportion,
right?
Especially with this financial system. So I just want to say that everyone needs to remain calm. Don't panic. Yes, things are moving quickly, and we have talked about getting into the utility coins like XRP for a very long time. So if you haven't yet, you got to get off your hands, man. You got to keep. Yeah, I'm not trying to be rude, but today, since this thing signed and passed, I've had so many people just all of a sudden come at me like, how do I buy XRP? I'm like, where have you been? Now, all of a sudden you think it's going to be real. I mean, so I know you're in the Crypto Collective, my group. I'm not sitting here trying to advertise it, but just be careful, because you know how it is when you start trying to get into purchasing these things. Be smart about it. Don't ever give your information to anybody on these social networks. Especially like your personal information and bank account stuff on social media. But don't panic either. I think that's the biggest thing I want to say. Yeah. But I do have the breakdown here of the Genius Act.
Okay, awesome. And before you go on, I just want to, the overview, and not to get into the weeds too much, is that we have been told from long ago that every nation will have their own sovereign currency. So that is where the overarching view is that that's where we're headed, so that we'll have a sovereign, everyone will have a sovereign currency backed by hard assets. So this is where we're headed. That doesn't necessarily mean we're there already, but that's, and if you haven't signed up for XRP yet, or gotten any XRP or any Bitcoin at all, the bottom line is we're headed toward wealth.
You don't want Bitcoin. No Bitcoin.
Okay. In the golden age, everyone's going to have plenty. So, do not fret. Do not worry. Everyone is going to have plenty. We're no longer going to have it where we're just scrapping for nickels and fighting to survive. That's the old system. We're going to move into the beautiful new golden age where they won't confiscate your assets. They won't, that won't happen anymore. And so this is where we're headed. So anyway, just to look at that biblically, and in a little bit I'll show you some of the great verses in the Bible about that. So yeah, go ahead and
that's the thing, Melissa. I've said this for many years. People don't understand a world of financial freedom, and what I mean by that is I've always said is think of this as Trump said, a clean slate, right? The equal playing field, and imagine the world without financial struggle, as in, okay, you're not born into debt. You're not born into poverty. You're not born black. So you're going to be, less capable of this. I mean, that's stuff we're programmed with over our entire lives.
Right.
They built a system to keep you entrapped with interest, to keep you, you can't get out of it. I mean, the credit score, the credit cards, they're all the biggest fraud there is.
And even if you own your house, they tax it.
You don't own your house. Yeah. You never own your house.
Well, and exactly. They always tax it continually, but that's going to be, that's where that whole old system is over. And super, super quick. There's a story that Jesus told about putting old wine in new wineskins. And you're like, what is he talking about? Because we don't use wineskins, but it's like, you can't fit the new system into the old system. And of course he was talking about, they had been sacrificing lambs and goats and, cattle, but in the new system with Christ as our Savior, you don't do that anymore, right? We didn't continue that for the past 2,000 years. But where we are now, this old system where we've been under the boot on our throat in the financial system and everything else, we're not moving and we're not continuing that into the golden age. That's not going to come along with us. So
what I like to tell people is imagine this. I've said this for the last couple of years. Imagine where you're born, and you're born maybe, for example, people who invested in XRP and in crypto are a little wealthier, but you're still wealthy. So you're born into wealth. We're all wealth, right?
Yes, I like that. Yeah.
And the thing, when you look at it that way, it's like you take away the stress of what they purposely done. I mean, everyone is stressed out. Everyone is dying at a younger age. When you look at the money is usually the problem. I don't care what anybody says. Either you can't afford you can't afford to go to the doctor. You can't afford a operation because you don't have the money, or, I needed 1.4 million for a new heart. Like what? But then, being at an equal playing field, some people are wealthier. You're wealthy. You take away all that negativity. People can't fathom that. And that's where, we can actually be allowed to take a deep breath now.
Yes.
And
I love that.
Okay, I don't have to, keep paying on this credit card and not afford food. This is all going to change over time.
Yes.
But the mindset is going to be the hardest change. Yeah. And what I mean by that is we are so programmed to certain words, like $100 bill. That's a lot. Like, for example, millions in crypto is nothing. $1 million in crypto is nothing. So there's a mindset shift that's going to have to come as well. But we're all going to be sovereign, and we're all going to have this responsibility of kind of being our own banks. But, you talked about every nation, look at the stable coins. Stable coins are coins that stable, meaning they don't change. So they have a 1-to-1 ratio to the dollar. Okay. So RLUSD, 1-to-1, $1.
Okay.
Right. So one coin is $1. They don't change. That's why you're seeing all these companies now, like JP Morgan, these bigger banks, they're all making their own stable coin. So they will issue their own stable coins. There's a lot of reasons for that in the background. So like Wells Fargo will have a stable coin. Bank of America will have a stable coin.
Okay.
But the people need to understand that we are already digital. Okay. I had this, not argument, but today on my show at 3:00, someone's like, oh, I use cash, only cash. And I'm like, man, okay, you must be a baby boomer. I don't know. Because like, I don't see cash anywhere. Maybe that's just me, but again, I go to the stores and people are always using cards. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw a check. So we are already digital. That's the thing. Think about it. Your online bank account.
Right. We've already kind of learned what it is to do with the credit cards, with the debit card, what it is
Correct.
to do online and digital banking.
The problem is you have no privacy.
Right.
There is no I don't care if you have a password to Wells Fargo. Your information is out there. But also too, the new system isn't allowed to just be an endless printing machine whenever they want to start wars and stuff. So that's what people need to understand. This, the fiat SWIFT system, the Treasury, the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve is the part that once that's taken out, it's game over. And right now, if you're watching closely, Jerome Powell is obviously in the limelight, and he is now formally being taken out. I think he's already been taken out. I think it's already been done. But it's just really ironic. This is all playing out in the exact same movie on the same timeline, right? Like that's what people need to start connecting dots with is what are the chances of everything that's happening at this very moment and happening at the same time? You got Jerome Powell from the Federal Reserve being tossed at the same time the Genius Act is coming in. I mean, cryptocurrencies are taking off. It's just, we know that gold shall destroy the Fed.
Yep.
And all the people forgot about the audits. Like we have more gold than we know what to do with. We've had the gold for a very long time, since 18. But just you think about the timeline and how this is all just ironically playing out at the exact same time is nuts. That tells me it's a movie. Like,
well, maybe that's why it's called the Genius Act, because this is all, all of these moving parts. I think that, when people were all freaking out about President Trump, about Epstein, I'm like, okay, you guys, what don't you remember about that he's been a genius, that he's a genius? What don't you remember? We've
correct.
He's been running this operation for all this time, and it's just done one genius move after another. And I think we're starting to see how all these dots are connecting.
Yep. And real quick, so I have the Genius Act here. For your viewers and my viewers, I just want to remind everyone, you'll see it, jordanclark.info at the bottom, guys. Anything like information wise about what we talk about tonight, go there. I know the Crypto Collective link is on there, and you guys just click on that. It'll give you information. You can join our community, over 700 people. But also too, I wanted to show the Ledger. If you're going to do like an external wallet for your crypto, do not buy on Amazon. You go to Ledger and get it straight from Ledger right here. So anyways, a lot of, if you guys are looking at like the Ethiopian Bible, I'm going to talk about that. That's what I have. That's on my Amazon recommendations. And then a lot of the great stuff. I know we've watched these too, Melissa, The Greatest Show on Earth, Saving Israel for Last. Purvey Wood right now from him is taking off, but Out of the Shadows.
Yeah, I just saw
so
that.
Those are all on my website for you guys.
Yeah.
What's that?
I just saw it today pop up, and I haven't had a chance to watch it yet. But I love him.
So have you met Nick before?
No.
Nick Albier? You haven't?
You need to introduce us. Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be on tomorrow night on my show, and then he's awesome. I'll get you in touch. Yeah, obviously, he's incredibly talented. But so here, I'm going to try to not go blind reading this. This is what Colin sent me. And Colin and his team, my partner, went through the entire bill in the last week.
Okay, so my picture is right in front of it. My face is right in front. So can you move that away or no?
Yep. Give me 1 second.
As long as everybody can see it. I just want everybody to be able to see what you're showing them.
Maybe. We'll just do full screen. How about that?
There you go. That works.
I don't want to go through all this and lose people, but I want to hit on just some of the key points. So, like, I don't know. What does he mean by CFTCs? Clarity Act. So this is the Clarity Act, which is it's all together with the Genius Act.
Okay.
Let's see. So the main thing think of the stock market, right? Okay, so think of when the stock market or when the fiat dollar was created. You know, you have to have the central banks created all this crap. This is the regulations and the framework for this new system. So we have to have regulations, obviously, right? We have to have rules, and we have to make sure we're tracking things, because if we don't, we learned that lesson from all the audits and what these corrupt people love to do with it. So, for example,
as in trafficking.
Yeah, so that's one thing I was talking with Charlie Ward on that video that you talked about.
Yeah.
People don't know that Bitcoin was the first coin for like trafficking.
Yeah.
They use Bitcoin.
That's on the dark web. Then they can use it for very evil purposes. And that's something that, you know, regular people just, you wouldn't even think of doing that. But that's what we have to be, you know, can't be children. We have to.
So back in 13, I mean, people don't realize how far back this goes. So for your viewers and for you, let's just remember, Q in the operation, anything that the enemy had created and was going to be used against us, Q in the operation took it over and is using it against them, boomerang.
Right.
So the Q and the military operation are using the things that the enemy created, like they want to do, entrap us with cryptocurrency and make us a, right. one world, whatever, new world order through 2030 agenda.
Right.
And the white hats took it and said, no, we're going to, actually, that's a good idea. We're going to use it, but not in the way you were going to use it.
Right.
So decentralized. What is CFTC? That's going to bug me right now. What would that stand for?
I'll look it up.
CFTC's dominance. So the acts, I think so. He's talking about all the Clarity Act. What's the Genius Act, the Clarity Act?
Okay, here it says Commodity Futures Trading Commission. Commodity Futures Trading Commission.
So it emphasizes on CFTC's oversight. It suggests that decentralized non-security digital assets, like Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, will be the primary focus of regulated markets. This indicates a future where major cryptocurrencies gain legitimacy through regulated exchanges, potentially driving mainstream adoption. So your exchanges are going to be like Uphold, Coinbase, etc. Decentralized is a key factor. The Act prioritizes decentralized blockchain systems for commodity status. Tokens tied to mature decentralized networks are likely to face lighter regulation, making them attractive for long-term growth. This is way too in-depth of an explanation. Stablecoin regulation. How about this? Colin likes to be super professional. So
right. Can you just talk like a layman? That's what we really need. We need someone who just break it down and make it simple for regular people. Layman.
Yeah. That's what I'm going to do. So you got anything for anybody on this? Well, I'm going to pull this up. Did I lose you?
I'm here. So I'm sorry. I'm responding to someone in the chat. All right. So do I have anything?
Yeah, go ahead. I'm just pulling up
on the crypto,
the info on layman's terms.
Okay. So
so people, I mean, you're in the crypto collect.
Yes. The thing I had posted just before we came on was where President Trump just accomplished this. It got signed into law, and let me see if I can find where it's basically what it was saying is, and you can tell me if this sounds right. The Genius Act is more than regulation. It's a declaration of financial sovereignty. It enables people to invest, transact, and build outside the globalist grid. And that's why it matters. And that's why the deep state doesn't like it, because they do not have that control over it. It's a clear and simple regulatory framework to establish and unleash the immense promise of dollar-backed stable coins, because a lot of these, the Bitcoin, Ethereum, all these different ones, Litecoin, are not dollar-backed. This could be perhaps the greatest revolution in financial technology since the birth of the internet itself. And to be honest, that's been one of my issues with the crypto is because it's not backed by a hard asset.
Well, so you get so when you say crypto, you mean certain coins as they aren't yet, like XRP, gold.
Yes. So that's the one thing about the stable coin that makes me feel better about it is that if it's tied to a value in the dollar.
Right. And I don't know if you've seen it. I'm going to show up a diagram here that's kind of, I don't want people to overthink it. So the Genius Act thing, pretty much, guys, remember, here's the deal. This week is crypto week, and that's by the House. The House named this crypto week. The ISO 222, which is the framework that all banks had to implement by the 14th, just happened on the 14th.
Yes.
So the thing is everyone's like, well, you know, like Nasara Jasara, like I didn't get the EBS system. Like, you guys, this has been playing out under our nose for so long. So many countries use crypto. It's just because you don't see it, don't mean it ain't happening. And if you go to a lot of banks have already told their clients, hey, yes, we're switching over. Hey, yes, you got to ask the questions, but they're sending emails out. I mean, they're sending stuff out to show people, hey, yeah, we're making changes into crypto. And this is just like the sealing factor of, hey, the new system is going to be regulated.
Right.
And it's going to be transparent, but it's not going to be like a central bank, situation where they can do whatever they want when they want, if that makes sense. So I have this pulled up. Sorry,
well, and that's been the other concern is.
So I have this diet.
Sorry. Are you there?
No, you're fine. I'm going to pull this up and then minimize it all here soon so I can see what's going on.
Yeah.
But this is a great explanation of, you got Ripple.
Okay.
Do what?
No, go ahead. There's just a little lag.
Yeah, so you got Ripple, and then Ripple owns XRP, being owned by, or backed by gold. Stellar, which is XLM, being backed by silver. XFin, copper. IOTA. So again, if you look over here on the left, this says stable coins. Stable coins, they're stable, right?
Yes.
Also known as utility coins. So it says a price of a cryptocurrency or token is pegged to a commodity, example, the dollar, or metals or assets. And obviously it doesn't change. It changes if only the asset or the commodity changes. So kind of hard to explain and understand, but I have that. And then I have this, let me see here real quick. The Genius Act, Clarity Act. I think it was just another brief explanation. But no, I wanted to show how right here, the Genius Act, the Anti-CBDC Surveillance Act, which is the other part we missed, and the Clarity Act, that would have been the 14th of this month.
Yes.
So that is all in place. And now it's just a matter of time to see how these companies, roll out their digital assets, as in their own coins. I know today there's a few, I think Bank of America said they're going to have their own stable coin. But let's, I don't want to confuse people. And I know this stuff is very, it's one of those things, no one likes change. And there's so much crap and info out there. It's hard to understand, but just remember this for everyone watching, you're not trading. So I'm going to help you all out. The number one thing you need to do right now is go get on an exchange. Okay. Go get on Coinbase, go get on Uphold, go in and set up your information, set up just like you would a Venmo or a Cash App, whatever, PayPal, set it up and go to the search bar, type in XRP and purchase whatever you can afford. If you got $10, perfect. Skip Starbucks for a couple of days. Shut down Netflix for a month. Literally, you just need to own these coins, okay? Because it's at 3 something. It went up $1. Okay, it's going to go up a lot, but we're not selling for years, my friend. Sorry, it's going to get way up there. Like Bitcoin ain't got nothing, but that's going to take time. So don't panic. And maybe if you need to sell a little bit due to financial stress here down the road, we're hoping for it to be $1,000 to $10,000 a coin within the next couple of years. And you can do the math, you're going to be pretty well off. That's just one coin.
Because just like on the picture that you just showed us, that is the one that is backed by gold. That's the one that's going to be used for all these transactions worldwide.
Correct. So XRP is the main coin. And I tell people this, you got to remember, why would they sue? Why would the SEC put a lawsuit on Ripple for 7 years? For 7 years, if there was nothing to it. Yes, Ripple and XRP have been sued by the SEC for 7 years, and it just ended this year, like a month ago. The reason is because obviously it's another threat. But I also think that the lawsuit was a way to keep the price down. And listen, Melissa, this is where we kind of get down the conspiracy hole. Remember, we have dividend checks coming. And that's another thing I want to mention. You might want to write down your notes. Trump said August 1st. To that reporter, he said there's money coming back if you're a citizen. I don't know. Did you see that video?
No.
Okay, I got to show you that. So he's talking to a reporter outside on the tarmac the other day. And he said, "Are you a citizen?" He said, "Yeah." He goes, "You're going to get a lot of money back on August 1st. You're going to be very happy." So I don't know what he meant. I'll show everyone the video. Yeah.
I had not heard that at all.
But the thing is everyone's like, "Where's my dividend Doge checks? Where's this?" Why would they return money when, one, we don't even know who's a freaking citizen at this point or not? We got so many illegals.
Right.
And two, why would you give money back in the form of an old system?
Right.
You wouldn't.
Gotcha. Right.
So how do you keep the price of XRP low? Because it should have taken off a long time ago. How do you keep it low? Well, put a lawsuit on it. No one will talk about it. Everyone backed out of it when the lawsuit hit, and let people kind of do their thing over 7 years. And then this way, when they bring it, say they give the dividend checks back, right? And like 5-10 grand. Well, if they keep that price low, Trump just gave everybody the ability to own the number one utility coin. And think about it. I mean, he said he's going to make America the crypto capital of the world, right?
Right.
Okay. Well, if you're going to do that, you're going to probably have all your citizens invested in the number one utility coin. And I mean, that's a theory.
Right. That's a very easy way to get everyone invested at that low price. So
can you imagine the value after what we just talked about of XRP alone, if that happens?
Right.
So right now, I think only like 5% of people in the US own crypto. I don't remember what it is.
Right. Exactly. Well, and there's just a lot of, there's the learning curve as well as the fear that they don't want to be taken advantage of. So I just posted in the chat about the ISO 2002.
Well, that's the thing. I don't understand that.
What is it?
What about it?
I was just saying that the ISO.
What'd you say?
The ISO 20022. That was where the banks were required to have all this set up as of this past Monday, the 14th of July, 2025. And so that took place. And now at the end of this week, we see President Trump just signing into law the Genius Act. So, these things are all,
So the ISO 2022 is the framework. That is the system. That is the framework of the transactions. So see, with XRP and Ripple, you guys can make transactions from here to Iraq. You can do a $2 million transaction for free in 2 seconds.
Wow.
That's the threat.
And no New World Order taking their cut off the top.
Exactly. Yeah. There's no central banking. There's no.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at when you cut the Fed out, it should have been this way forever. It should have just been this treasury and the people.
But they're the mob. They're the mob. They've got to always take their cut.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm going to find this thing someone asked about the payments on the first. Give some people some hopium here and we'll move forward.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you didn't see this.
I know.
All right.
I saw him talking there. Okay.
See this one?
They found a budget surplus.
Can you hear it?
Barely.
What's that?
I just barely can hear it. Yeah.
What were you saying?
Up. I'm surprised I didn't see. I did see this whole interview, but I just missed this portion about the surplus. I don't think I heard that portion.
Yeah, check it out here. So listen closely to what he says.
On August 1st. The only thing that's really sacred about August 1st is that's when payments start. So they have to start paying billions of dollars to you and people. Are you a citizen of the country? All right, good. You'll be very happy because you're going to be getting a lot of money. Just like they found a budget surplus.
Well, let's just
all right, good. You'll be very happy because Do you and people, are you a citizen of the country? All right, good. You'll be very happy because you're going to be getting a lot of money. Just like they found a budget surplus. We have a budget
Yeah,
surplus
I mean,
of
that's
$25 billion.
Wow.
I mean,
Okay, so
something to say.
who found that budget surplus?
What?
Who found the budget surplus?
What do you mean?
It says they found a budget surplus. I was just trying to figure out, is it the Treasury? Anyway, but the payments.
Oh, I mean, the whole administration. He's talking about, there's a ton of the thing is remember the assets and everything that are being taken back from the cabal worldwide and brought back in the assets. But, like he said there, he asked the guy specifically, are you a U.S. citizen? Good. You're going to be getting a lot of money. So that tells me only citizens are getting this money. And I don't know what he's talking about. He's talking about tariffs bringing in money starting August 1st.
Yeah.
But remember, like the birth certificate, remember Social Security, all the money that's been hidden from us, hidden wealth. It's been on the U.S. debt clock.
Right.
So to tell this guy he's getting a lot of money, what's he mean?
I'm so glad you showed me that. I did not see that. I'm sorry. I don't even know how I missed that. But yeah, so let me just, I'm actually writing another book and I don't really mean to write these books, but I just want to compile.
Brad, that's false. Sorry. Brad said there's no budget surplus. Trump says whatever he wants. It's not necessarily tied to truth. I'll tell you this. In the last 8 years, everything Trump says has been true.
That's right. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, okay. You think it's talking tariffs. Yeah. I would like to hear that where he was talking about before that, but they found a surplus. So anyway.
It's all about, August 1st, the tariff deadline. That's a tariff deadline. So the countries have to start paying the tariffs back to America on the 1st.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. That makes sense. All right. So here, I want you to hear what this says in Isaiah 60, because this sounds exactly like what we're experiencing. The new book that I'm writing is about the golden age. And one of the chapter I'm working on is about abundance and about the wealth that we're going to have. And look at this. You can write this down, everybody, from Isaiah 60. If you don't know what I do, I look at how this is biblical. And I've been teaching God's word for a long time, but I didn't really connect all these dots until I began to follow Q. And so Isaiah 60 says, a multitude of camels will cover the dromedaries of Midian. I know that sounds very, picturesque language. All from Sheba will come. They will bring gold and frankincense. All the flocks of Kedar will be gathered together. They will be accepted as offerings on my altar. It says, and the ships of Tarshish to bring your sons from far away, their silver and their gold with them for the name of Yahweh your God. For bronze, I will bring gold. For iron, I'll bring silver. For wood and bronze and stones, I will bring it. You'll have iron. So the point is, all this, the wealth of the nations is going to come back to us. And it's not just coming back to America. It's everyone in every nation will have what's been stolen from them all these years. And so, every nation will have this abundance that will be given back to the people. Every nation, they've had, the cabal has just taken over the country, put in their puppet leaders, and they've stolen all the assets for themselves, and they're going to get all that back. So I just think that's really, really exciting to watch all that happen.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, it's no longer a conspiracy. I mean, what Marge just said here, they took our birth certificate and sold us as collateral. Yes, they did. Guys, we have been slaves. This is all I talk about. I don't want to be a slave anymore. And it's time to wake up to the fact that there was a system designed to enslave you, designed to entrap us, and had Trump and the alliance not come together in 2016, we'd all be in smart cities eating bugs, waiting for our guillotine, period. That's it.
Yeah.
When you realize that, you'll understand, wow.
Yeah. They had us.
And the thing is, when I say this goes back 60 years, well, how can Operation go back that far? It went back that far, but unfortunately we have things like JFK and Reagan and people that were asked to do this, what Trump has done, and stepped in, but obviously it didn't go the way they needed. And they didn't have social media back then. They didn't have, remember how crazy Trump looked for tweeting back in 2016? Yeah, right. It doesn't look very crazy anymore.
Exactly. Well, here's another verse that I think will really encourage you guys. This is from God's word. Look at this in Habakkuk. This is Habakkuk chapter 2. And this is actually the very first verse I ever read. I was at a Tracy Bean's event up in Washington, D.C., and I began to read this, and the people went crazy. Look at this. It says, look at this. Wealth is treacherous and the arrogant are never at rest. They open their mouths as wide as the grave, and like death, they're never satisfied. In their greed, they've gathered up many nations and they've swallowed many peoples. I mean, who does that sound like? That is exactly the New World Order. But look at this in verse 6. Soon their captives will taunt them and they will mock them, saying, what sorrow awaits you, thieves? Now you will get what you deserve. You've been rich. You've become rich by extortion, but how much longer can this go on? Suddenly your debtors will take action. They will turn on you and take all you have while you stand trembling and helpless. Because you plundered many nations, now all the survivors will plunder you. You guys, that's Habakkuk chapter 2. That's what we're saying. They've stolen everything from us, and all of this is coming back to the people. We're going to plunder them. In other words, empty out everything that they have stolen from us.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, guys, we talk about God, restoring what has been stolen. But I just want to say to Perry here, Perry, I don't know you. I hope you do research, because when you understand how a decentralized blockchain works, and when you understand, for example, there's a video. I'm going to show you a video here. And a friend sent me this today. And it's kind of going viral. But this is completely not true. And that's the thing. There's so much crap. People think they know, but you're not going to.
It's always
if you think you're not a slave right now.
Are you there?
Look at this. See, that's what I mean right now. Look at, I just literally pulled up my text. Shemaine Nugent. What crypto do I need to buy? You guys are in the group. You're in the group.
Right. Everybody's pumped about it.
I'm human. Like, I'm sorry. I don't have 1,000 hours.
Right.
I mean, if all the tech,
a magic wand or a
okay, so this video on Instagram is viral. This guy, what?
Go ahead.
Huh?
You're good. Go ahead.
Do what?
I think we just got a little lag.
Well, I have to refresh it.
All right.
Because Instagram, you can.
Okay. Well, then
anytime I open a new tab, that's what sucks.
Okay.
Hold on.
Take your time. We're good.
I got it.
All right, good. Yep.
So I already did a video on there's no such thing as a deposit. What you're doing is loaning the money to the bank at 0% APR. And the moment, like for example, I take this $1,000 and I put it into this bank, the second, ready? So I just put those bills in there.
Now that is true.
So-called deposits made. The bank is going to 10x this money by funding credit
True.
cards.
Right.
So the next scam is: are you going to allow banks to take your crypto and to securitize it like they just did this deposit in 10x? I dropped $1,000 in there. They've already made $10,000.
Okay, so what I wanted to say is
funding credit card transactions.
First of all, crypto, you own crypto, okay? You own your crypto. Crypto has a certain amount in liquidity, right? It's not like the central banks where they just print as much as they want whenever they want. Hey, you need more money? Cool, we got the printing press. Oh, wait, you need more money? It's a digital number. I can just fix it on a computer in like 3 minutes.
Right.
Crypto has a certain amount of coins. That's it. So per crypto, like that's it. So they're not loaning your crypto. No one's loaning your crypto. No one's charging interest on your crypto.
They can't 10x it.
Correct. This video is irrelevant because he's trying to say you're going to let the banks, they're going to own your crypto and then own you. No, it's on a decentralized platform regulated by the Treasury, and you own it. And that's why you have a cold wallet to secure and prove always what is on the exchanges online.
Okay. All right.
So anyways,
thanks for, I had not seen that either. So thanks for clarifying that.
Let's get off the
The crypto, yeah.
Let's move
I want
on
to,
from
yeah, and I want to
financial.
just read one other verse that is really cool. It's talking. This is in Revelation 18. You guys, it says Babylon is fallen. That great city is fallen. This is their whole system. Whether it's about how they've controlled, the wars, they've controlled the finances, they've made money off of these wars, they're controlling the health, all these things. Their whole system. It says in Revelation 18 is about them being fallen. They're a home of demons. Who does it sound like? This is exactly who we're up against. These people worship Satan. She's a hideout for every foul spirit, a hideout for every foul vulture, and every foul and dreadful animal. This is the NLT version. It's really easy to understand. And because of their desire for extravagant luxury, the merchants of the world have grown rich, right, on our backs, right? And it says here a little farther down, how terrible for you, O Babylon, you great city. In a single moment, God's judgment has come upon you. In other words, all their system is crumbling. This is a big part of that. All their luxuries and splendors are gone forever. How terrible for that great city. They were clothed in the finest purple and scarlet linens and decked with gold and precious stones. And in a moment, this wealth of the city is gone. And so the reason I want to bring this up is because this is literally biblical. A lot of people talk about, what do you mean? This is biblical monumental. No, it's literally biblical. God told us that a day would come when their whole system would completely collapse. And that's what Trump is doing. It's very exciting to live in this day.
Amen. Do you have? They're saying you have an echo.
Okay.
Do you know how to check your settings?
All right.
You see the settings, little settings icon below at the bottom.
Okay.
The red.
Okay. What should I check? Audio.
Do you see the settings icon?
I got echo cancellation is on. Reduce mic background noise. Echo cancellation must be off.
Yeah, I would just hit them both. Is it still pretty bad, y'all? Okay, it says you're fine now. So.
Oh, really? Okay. Well, good. I'll just leave that checked. Awesome. Yay.
Cool.
That was easy enough. Thank you, guys. All right. So let's go on now to you want me to talk about the weather weapons?
Well, yeah, let's touch on that. I do want to touch on Q and Epstein for sure.
Okay. Well, let's do that next. Let's
do the weather thing. I'm curious on that.
Okay. So actually, you know what? I'm gonna share the screen. Let me see if I can present, and I'm gonna say the slides. Let me see if I can. Let's see, present, share the screen. Okay, and I think maybe you control that, right?
No. Oh, yep. Hold on. Did you? I don't see it.
I haven't selected it yet. I think it's this one. I think it's maybe that one. That one. Did you see Dark MAGA? Share this tab. I'm sharing that tab. You see the Dark MAGA one?
I'm trying to add it to the stage, but it's not letting me.
Okay. Dark MAGA. It's saying it's sharing on my side.
There you go.
Okay, great. This was shared the other day by Nicole Shanahan, who ran for president. Vice president with RFK running for president, of course. All right, so she just shared this, and I'm going to try to make it big enough for everyone to be able to see. So, a little bit farther down, I did a whole video on this. It's over on my Red Pill the World Rumble. If you guys want to watch the whole thing, and I went through all of it and I detailed it. But basically, what she is saying is she's been in contact with a whistleblower. This whistleblower is helping her to understand that this is being run by Department of Defense, Department of Energy, NOAA, and the intelligence community, and how they have controlled our weather for years. I mean, if people think, oh, that's science fiction. Well, it's catch up, because she brings all the receipts proving without a shadow of a doubt what they have been doing. They spring in the sky. They have federal grants. You follow the money, you know for sure that these federal grants prove that this is they're paying for this to be done to the skies. Solar radiation management, stratospheric aerosol injections, geoengineering technologies, all this. And they've changed the names so that they can get around the executive order President Trump put out saying that they were not allowed to do this, because they clearly have not stopped and they can keep continuing. But it's got all these federal awards, and all these university students are going into university, and especially the brainiacs, and they're saying, oh, we want to stop global global warming. We want to stop the climate change. And so they are using their skills to help these people, and they don't realize they're being used and duped into helping the New World Order, use this. On, he's saying this manipulation is it is worse than wars. And the thing I wanted to talk about tonight was how that, are you getting a feedback now? Feedback. Anyway, so the problem is that the satellites are used for some of this. And that's where I didn't understand that. I knew that they had been using Iran for a nuclear boogeyman. I knew they were using Vietnam for a nuclear boogeyman. What I didn't know was that they were using satellites to be a trigger for these weather weapons. That's what I did not understand that at all. Let me see if I can turn this down. Maybe that will stop it. Anyway, it says here this it's got on this report, you can click on all these links, and I'll pop this into the chat so you guys can see this, because it's one of the most important things that you can look at and research. Right there. I'm popping it in right now. So go grab it from Nicole Shanahan. So it says here it involving the geoengineering climate intervention has also the solar radiation management, the aerosol injection, and all these organizations, these government organizations, NOAA, NASA, the NSF, National Science Foundation, U.S. Geological Survey, and the Department of Energy. And the primary one that they use is the NSF. And so that's where a lot of the money has gone through the NSF to feed all this. All right, so if you scroll down a little bit, that's where they're trying to get people to jump on board and use their skills for that. But look at this that I'm going to highlight. Can you see me highlight that? NASA plays a critical logistical role with a fleet of high-altitude, long-range aircraft and global network satellites. The agency is uniquely positioned to support large-scale deployment and monitoring of SRM technologies. This references the public in this publication. So I think that is extremely creepy and scary to think that NASA is using these satellites basically as triggers, and unfortunately, they can trigger storms. They can trigger ginning up these hurricanes. They can trigger earthquakes. And this guy has said, who's actually at who was working at in Antarctica, said that they were they knew that they had caused the earthquake in Christchurch. That was way back in, I think, 2018. So he was saying that without a doubt that was what caused it, because they were testing it and they didn't realize how high powered it was. And so imagine all these satellites trained on places all over the world and utilized, at a flip of a button, they can cause mayhem all over the world. It's really quite scary to think that they can. That's where we are. That's where we are. And this is what they've been working on even since the Ho Chi Minh Trail in Vietnam, that they started weather weapons. Now, just so everybody knows that the Rainmaker, in my opinion, he's just causing some condensation to cause some rain on some crops. This is not that. What she's talking about here with this whistleblower, Nicole Shanahan is talking, is that this is way up above federal airspace and even above in these satellites. What he was doing cannot produce the water that came down in this deluge in Kerrville, Texas, right? And so one of the things that's the most creepy thing about it, here it's talking about General Electric. These scientists in General Electric, they years ago, this is way back from, I don't know what year it was, way back in the 70s or whatever, or maybe before that, but that they had souped up this 59. Okay, that 59, they'd done this. They had souped up this hurricane and caused, a lot of destruction that nobody even knew it was them. They thought it was, quote, an act of God. Well, don't blame God, because it was not God who did it. It was these people, these creepy people. And the other thing I want you to see before we go on to the next thing is, check this out. He stated the ultimate threat was weather manipulation, not missiles. So, and that makes sense if you think of it, utilizing all these satellites as like a trigger, like an echo device, and can trigger some of these horrible weather weapons. One more quick thing I want to show you guys, and this is like crazy. It's like, this can't be, but he's saying that it makes sense for us. Here we go. They're spraying all this on us, and that all these heavy metals on us. And if you don't detox, you've got all these metals in you, like a remote control car that is easily affected. And we're seeing already, I think that's a big cause, one of the causes of all the mental illness, because it's like you're short circuiting. Your body runs on electricity through your nervous system, and all the heavy metals that we're breathing in and eating and drinking are causing all this interference. So it's really important. Go to my site if you have a chance. Go to freedomforce.live or melissaredpill.com, and you can research about how to detox these out of you, even at nanocellular level. And that's what I do every day to keep this off me. But look at what they said. This is years ago. Can you see that? One can imagine certain kinds of modifications of the electrical behavior of the atmosphere that might possibly influence the activities of individuals through interaction with what is called the alpha activity of the brain. In other words, treating us all like a remote control car. That sounds like a Saturday morning cartoon. An evil genius.
What did you say the detox was?
It's called Pure Body Extra, and it's a nano size. It's over on freedomforce.live. Go on my health page, and you'll see this. It's a nano sized technology.
Can you do me a favor, and I'm going to end your screen share. There's a lot of feedback.
Say it again.
Oh, there's a lot of feedback.
Okay, cool. So yeah, that guy on that last screen before you ended the share, that guy he admitted on that show that what they were doing. And causing all these deaths, and he's thinking that he's doing a great job. It's outrageous, but that's what he did. Oh,
you might have to end the screen share. Sorry.
Now I've stopped it now.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
There we go. It was like a thumping.
But yeah, so I'll show you a picture of it. And there was a guy on Rogan who was actually. Is it still sharing?
No, I am. I got your site up.
Okay, go to this the health page, the health menu option. Yeah. If you look, and then the Melly's health links, the third one down. There's the heavy metals and the 2021 quote effects. And so you click right there. And actually you can get it for a really great price if you want to try it on sample. That first one on the left, top left.
Oh.
Yeah, that first one.
Yeah, we definitely got it.
Right here? Yeah. Well, okay. So the very top left. Yeah.
This?
Yeah, that's it. That's it right there.
I think, isn't Sherry Tenpenny? Didn't she do this?
Yes, she does that one too. Yes. And Keto
Carrie,
Carey, all the people who are know what they're talking about are using this and promoting this, because it goes in the cellular level. If you have heavy metals that have gotten into your cells, okay, then this can help to purge this out of your system. And it's from Zeolite. If you'll back up a screen, again, it's over on melissaredpill.com and just go to the health page. But if you'll scroll down there, we're not going to look at it tonight, but that Zeolite video on the third one down on the left column, that explains what the power of zeolite is it can go and it captures all of these heavy metals, and just like it's the charge causes it to grab the metals and flush them out of your system. So it's really, really amazing. Can help so much. So I do this every day.
We had Tenpenny on the other night on the show, and it was good. But I mean, that's something we need to really we need to focus on, is the health side. The weather manipulation is pretty obvious at this point.
Yeah.
But I want to get into
huge thing that I was so glad that she shared this, and the whistleblower information. It got over 2.5 million views. So I shared the link in the chat, you guys, and so grab that, and I can share it again.
Weather manipulation
on that whole thread, and it's actually like I said, I broke it down on my Red Pill the World Rumble, so you can watch that too. I'll go grab a link for that too. All right, so you want to talk next about?
So I'm going to go. I got to put my glasses on, but just let's get I guess go over with everybody kind of what you do best, and the end times. We're still having a lot of people on my shows that think that the rapture and everything's about to happen, and
yes, all right.
I don't want to be negative about it, but we need to wake up to the truth. And
right. Well, I mean, okay, so think about it this way, everybody. To get people out of the battle, what would they want to do? They would want to say, hey, you guys, don't worry about the world coming to an end because and all the beast and the false prophet, because you'll be gone. You'll have escaped earth. And so what do you care if the whole world, just is destroyed? And that's, that was the reason behind them telling us that. But the reality is we're not leaving. I know that it might be shocking to some people, and that's unfortunately that's how I got my name, Melissa Red Pill, because I say things and I don't mean to be, giving you a big red pill. But if you really think about it, that would be a perfect thing for the cabal to do to get people out of the battle. And so this is the wonderful truth is, and President Trump is really speaking the truth when he says that we're going to have the golden age on earth. And remember the prayer that we have prayed 1,000,000 times, where our Lord Jesus told us to pray, your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. And that's where we are headed. For the past 2,000 years, our Lord Jesus said to go into all the world, preach the gospel, get people trained up, get people ready, so that when I awaken humanity, which we've now experienced with the sign of the Son of Man that appeared, immediately after that, we started to wake up. There's no doubt that this is the moment when we are casting out these criminals, and they will be leaving, and we will be staying to enjoy this wonderful golden age. The Bible calls it the millennial kingdom of Christ, or 1,000 years of peace. My main book that I've written is called, and I just basically you can go on my website and watch tons of videos about this. And I basically said, you know what, let me compile all this into one book. And so it's called End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace. It's the end times for the creeps and 1,000 years of peace for us.
Is this normal? 79 degrees in my room.
What's that?
I'm like over here sweating bullets.
I can't do it, bro. I can't even think about it. I would just be.
Holy God! Look at my shirt. I didn't even realize my shirt.
Gosh, I didn't notice that either until just now. What is that? What's wrong with your air conditioner?
I don't know. It's just this room. It doesn't get like. I was like sitting here like, hold on a second.
I have a fan actually beside me. I have it cranked down and I have a fan, but I'm a menopausal woman, so that's my issue. But yeah, so that in a nutshell is what I talk about. If you guys want to check out my channel, again, melissaredpill.com, and then there's an End Times link right there, and you can watch some short videos that really help you to piece that together. And the good news is we're going to have a whole new world. It's going to be this golden age. President Trump is not kidding. We're going to enter into such beautiful days. Isaiah 65 says, and I wrote another book called The Major Clues for Minor Prophets, like Habakkuk and Obadiah, and all these minor prophets were telling us about this beautiful day that we were going to have on earth.
Hold on a second. Andrea says she's skipping through Jacob's troubles and no tribulation.
Well, we've had tribulation. Hello. Yeah. So if you think about it, maybe you haven't. And maybe you don't know about the tribulation, but the tribulation has been here. The COVID was a tribulation. The wars have been a tribulation. The children being trafficked are a tribulation. The autism rates of 1 in 12 is tribulation. That's the tribulation. Now they seeded our thoughts into thinking that it's going to be Holocaust, this terrible Holocaust where all of humanity is killed off and Earth is destroyed with the nuclear, all the nukes. But that's not the case. Thank God. Thank God. That's not it. And I know that's a lot.
She says,
out there.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I know it's a lot for me to throw out there. And so I've done a ton of research. You may not have ever heard of me at all. I have 1,000 videos. I've been teaching kids God's word for 35 plus years. And I understand that the consensus has been that we are escaping Earth and the whole world is going to fall to the beast and going to be destroyed in a nuclear holocaust.
This is going to be the hardest one, man. I'm just looking at the comments. This is going to be the hardest one for people to swallow. And
I know.
Well, no, I'm just looking at the comments. I
gotcha.
So when someone brings up the mark of the beast, you want me to go off on this?
Dude, yeah, go ahead.
No, it's the mark of when people bring up the mark of the beast and they bring up the Antichrist. Who's the Antichrist? All I'm going to say on the mark of the beast is, what do you think? I guess when you understand about you learn about your straw man and your social security number and your birth certificate that you didn't consent to, you were given those.
Okay.
And I guess, when you realize that, man, I really couldn't do much without them. Like I couldn't participate. I couldn't buy or sell.
Thank you.
If I didn't have the birth certificate or the social security number, right?
Yep.
So you really kind of be screwed. And then also too, we live under admiral maritime law,
right?
Which is the law of the sea.
Right.
And I think one of the beasts, doesn't it come from the sea?
Right. Yep. I talk about that in the book. Yep.
So, I'm not here to change people's opinions. I'm not here to make you believe any different. Here's the deal. I think I tell people I'm not a Christian. What, Jordan? You're not a Christian? No, I'm a follower of Jesus. That's it. I speak against religion. Okay. So however you want to look at Christianity, I mean, yes, I love Christians. I love everybody, but Christianity is religion, period.
Okay.
And, and I'm just saying this in a context of Christianity is a religion. And we always preach that it's not about religion. It's about relationship. So I am a follower of Jesus, Jesus's word, God's word, the Bible. I'm not saying I'm not a Christian, but that's just one thing, when I say it that way, people take it way out of context. Can you imagine? Oh my God, Jordan was on a show and he said he's not a Christian. No, I'm a follower of Jesus. And when you look at, like I tell people, I didn't sit here and just get brainwashed and stuff from this information. I actually I almost died 3 years ago with heart failure, and you'll meet God quick when you go through that.
Right.
But God brought me out of the pit and gave me another chance. And then I started, I better read the Bible. So I bought a Bible, and like I mentioned last time we were on, about 6 to 8 months ago, whatever, when Milton was here, something said I need to read the Bible in full. So I found a Bible buddy and I read the whole New Testament in literally, 3 weeks. And then we read some of the Old Testament, and it started getting really confusing. And then God led me into other books like Meet Your Straw Man and all these books about the financial system. And then I got an Ethiopian Bible, but I read the book of Enoch first. So God kind of took me on this path outside of the Bible, the books of Enoch and stuff. And I started just connect, all these dots, but putting in the work and the reading. And you think back to like the Holocaust or whatever, these horrible events, not only just 100 years ago, but 200 years ago. What do you think people were saying as millions of people were actually dying? Jesus is coming back. You better get right. I agree with them, but that didn't work out so well for them. And they had Bibles back then too.
Yeah.
So my point is this: if you sit around, what better way for the enemy to deceive people, and by making them sit around waiting for something, right? Like this is it. And
exactly.
This is it.
Exactly. And I've literally heard people say that they're, I don't have to worry about this because I will be gone. And so that, if you think about it in that way, that the enemy definitely wanted us to be out of the battle and to have this mindset that defeat was inevitable. But it's, again, so just for those of you who don't know about, me, because there are people who are experts on crypto, like you know a lot about crypto. I know a lot about the Bible. I've been teaching it for a long time, and I've actually recorded 900 scripture songs. So I know the word really, really well. The piece that I had not put together was that we're fighting an enemy that literally worships Satan. And when I learned that from 17, I'm like, wait a minute, wait. This is clearly the beast. When you're talking about the beast system that controls our finances, they've been able to, we've only been able to work within their beast system. What President Trump basically created today was where we are escaping the beast financial system. And that, they've been the ones who've been able to get rich. They've been the ones who've been able to own their homes and own their, all these things. And we've been, because they joined in league with them. You and I did not join in league with these people. We did not take the quote mark of the beast. When they take the mark of the beast, then they get to be in that club, but we're not part of that. We're not, and thank God that we're not. But the Bible says clearly the meek will inherit the earth. The Bible says that also Jesus said, pray your kingdom come and your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. He wouldn't have prayed that unless it was going to happen. This is the kingdom has been advancing. My name of my my channel is freedomforce.live, because there's a verse that says that the kingdom has suffered violence, but the violent take it by force. What does that mean? It says we've been under their boot all of our lives for thousands of years. We've been, even before Christ, been under their boot and under their control, but we are advancing the kingdom of Christ so that when this day would come, we would, if you don't mind, pull up my website, the main page. I want to show you. But so that when the day would come, we'd be ready and he would awaken us, which is an amazing thing, like that Ezekiel, all the dead, dry bones. Yeah. Expand that one right quick, if you don't mind, that beautiful sign in the heavens that the Lord gave us. And I want to explain what that means. Yes, that beautiful sign. Yes.
I can't expand it.
Can you can make the screen a little bit bigger? No? Yeah. If you just if you hit the Control plus, it should make it bigger. Control plus. But anyway, can you hit the control button or no? And hit the plus key. Yeah. There you go. All right. So this is what our Lord Jesus told us in Matthew 24. Now, I'm just telling you, I was a good Baptist girl. They told us not to look at the stars, and so I did not. But then I realized that the wise men looked at the stars and they saw and they knew that Jesus was being born. There were people right there in Bethlehem who missed out. They didn't even realize the Savior was being born right next door, down the street from them. But the wise men knew. And the Bible says that the wise will know the signs in the heavens. Well, Jesus told us to watch for this thing called the sign of the Son of Man. And that is it. That right there is the sign of the Son of Man. In the Old Testament, 18 times it calls this the woman in labor. I talk about this in my books. The woman in labor. It says they'll be in great panic when they see the woman in labor. Yeah, maybe went a little bit too big then. Yeah. Oh, wow, good. All right. So look at if you can. Yeah, I'll just quote it because it's the verses over on the bottom right. Yeah, it says there appeared a great wonder in heaven, a woman clothed with the sun. You'll see the woman is Virgo. Virgo represents, it's a biblical reference. All the beautiful constellations have a biblical meaning. And Virgo represents all of righteous humanity who wants there to be peace on earth. We want there to be fairness and justice, and we want everybody to be well. I mean, that's, we have the Holy Spirit in us rather than these ones who have a demon spirit who've joined in league with these demons. Anyway, so this woman clothed with the sun, you see the sun is right there on her shoulder, right? Right. And then the moon is under her feet, just like it says in Revelation 12. And upon her head, there was a crown of 12 stars. If you scroll up a little bit, you'll see that Leo has 9 stars. But on this particular day, September 23rd, 2017, at the Feast of Trumpets, there were 3 more stars came into alignment to make the 12, Mercury, Mars, and Venus. And so there she has the crown. But there's one other amazing thing about this Revelation 12. It says she was in labor to be delivered. She was in pains to be delivered. Now scroll up a little bit and you'll see in her womb, in her that little trapezoid for her stomach, there's something happening in her womb, so to speak, and it is that Jupiter entered into this area. I physically saw this with my own eyes. I saw over weeks and weeks and weeks, for 42 weeks, that Jupiter did a loop in her womb. And so if you look here, you'll see it starts at the very top and it goes all the way down, almost as if it's going to be born, and then it continues on. It literally does a loop in her womb and comes out, and it makes this exact sign September 23rd, 2017. The amazing thing is, if you scroll up a little bit, and you'll see that it was September 23rd, 2017. So if you back up 42 weeks before that, it was an amazing day in all of history, and that was the day that that Jupiter, the Christ star, entered into her womb, and the day that happened was on the day President Trump was elected. That was the day. Yeah, that's huge. This is gigantic. Yeah, you can take that off now if you don't mind. So yeah, I want to tell you guys, in Matthew 24, our Lord Jesus told us to watch for this sign. He says, when you see the sign of the Son of Man, 3 things will happen. He says, all the earth will mourn. He says he will send, you will see the Son of Man coming in power. He says he will send forth his angels with a mighty blast of a trumpet to gather his chosen ones from the 4 corners of the earth. We've seen all those 3 things happen. The whole world is mourned. And also we've been gathered from all over the world. It's an amazing thing. Look at this, Holly and Kevin and Teresa and Tiffany and G-MAGA and Stephanie, I mean, all the people from all over the world, we joined together, and we're in this fight. Most of you have been in this fight for years. We never were fighting in this battle, but we are the army of the Lord. It talks about this in Joel 2, that there was a great army would arise, that nothing's ever been seen like it or will ever be seen again, and that we're going to cast them out of this earth. There's no doubt about it. God is pouring out his spirit on all flesh. The reason that you understand these things is because of the spirit of the Lord. He has awakened you so that you can understand these things. It's a huge, huge blessing. And with that blessing, we have a job to do, right? To complete, this amazing task to expose the truth. In Revelation 14, it talks about that we are with our Lord Jesus on the Mount Zion, on the hill of the city of God. Don't think about Zionists or Middle East or whatever. Think of that we are on this mountaintop with the Lord Jesus, and that we're riding alongside him as he has infilled us with his spirit so that we can do this amazing job. We're not doing this job to escape earth. We are doing this job to cast out the evildoers. And the last thing I'll say real quick is, and I could go on for hours and hours and hours, but the last thing I'll say is that our Lord Jesus told us that one would be in the field, one would be taken, and one will be left. They lied to us about that. They misled us. Soros has controlled the seminaries. You're not going to get the truth. I'm sorry. You're not going to get the truth out of the seminaries. It's not going to happen. So because they've controlled the religion, they've controlled the Hollywood, they've controlled, don't imagine that they have.
Well, not even if it's controlled now, it's the problem is, losing their tithes. And that's, I mean, church is great for community.
Right.
But that's the whole thing is when you kind of realize that they're never going to get into the things like Israel is not Israel of the Bible.
Thank you.
The state of Israel that was created by the Rothschilds
is not biblical Israel. It's not biblical Israel. Nope.
Correct. And that's that would change everything for them.
Yes.
And they would have to relearn so much. But then it's kind of like, well, what are the churches teaching? Well, usually it's just something watered down for 30 minutes after, and like I said, it's great for community. But people need to start speaking up and using their voice. Right. Because I'll tell you this, when Jesus walked the fine line, right? When Jesus was, which one am I thinking? I'm trying to say right now, the narrow path.
Yes.
The narrow path wasn't being like people say it's, if you're a Christian, you're walking a narrow path. No. The narrow path is much narrower than that. It's speaking out like about this stuff.
Right.
This stuff is what will get you
right.
very, very much frowned upon and looked at, and you'll lose about everybody in your life. But they come back, and like I said, the thing is we're not here to persuade or manipulate or change anyone's thoughts, faith, wherever you're at right now. Yeah. But we have to understand that if by now you don't understand that man has manipulated about everything in our world, in our history books, why are there so many versions of the Bible? Why is there a guy named James in my Bible? I don't think anybody but King Jesus should be on a Bible. But then you learn that King James was a pedophile, a murderer, and was gay. That changes the whole game.
Right.
What?
Well, and the control construct. But I mean, I do say I want to make sure that we don't tear down, the Bible itself, because the Bible is true, and you can take
God's word is God's word, 100%.
Right. The scrolls, you can verify that this is the authentic word of God. Maybe people have changed a word here or there, but ultimately they have not been able to change it that dramatically. Mostly they did was just to get the people to not read it, and also to get to interpret it in such a way, especially end times, so that it fits their narrative. And so two real quick things I wanted to say. One is that the verse I was quoting before, it says, one will be taken, one will be left. They made us to believe with the Hollywood movies, that we're taken out, that we're taking in rapture. It's the ones who are taken are those who are taken to Gitmo. And we want to talk about this next, is the Epstein, because we've already been on an hour and 20 minutes. But these people are going to be taken to prison and to judgment, and the ones who are left are the ones who are left to do a good job, whether it's in your town and in positions of authority. If the Bible says that we will rule and reign with him on this earth, that is what he wants us to do. And we're practicing that now because we are standing firm in the truth at the best that we possibly can. And we're
Hold on a second. Don, no one said not to believe your Bible. Don't take words out of context, especially in this stuff.
Definitely believe the Bible is true. And like that verse I was just showing you, that beautiful sign of the Son of Man that I showed you, that beautiful sign right there was what John said would happen 2,000 years ago. And there's no doubt about it. It's like clockwork. That happened in the heavens. And literally 1 month after that sign was when we got the first post from 17. From Q. That's amazing to me. So right there, that proves to me that that the Bible is true. No matter, God has kept his word so that they have not been able to manipulate it. The biggest problem is that they've the way they've interpreted it. And super quick, that sign that I was showing you, the sign of the Son of Man, that sign, Beyonce acted out that sign at the Grammy Awards in 2018. She acted that out because they thought that was the sign of them finally putting us under their, getting us locked down completely under their control. And what they're finding out now, and it says so many times in the Old Testament, they're in great panic. Isn't that awesome? What a great word. The great panic because when they see the woman in labor, because we are, and the Bible uses this word all the time, we're in labor pains. And I know you haven't had a baby, Jordan, but I have. I've had 3, and labor is hard work. And that's what we've been doing for the past 8 years. And we're all pushing until this baby comes, is born. The kingdom is born on earth, and these people are cast out.
So 1 second. So faith, like this comment, just look on X. I mean, look on many places. You can find a lot of information on King James, but that's a version of the Bible. So you're not reading a wrong Bible. It's just a version. So, I mean, obviously most versions in a way are pretty related. They line up pretty well.
Oh yeah. I compare them all the time. I use the King James faith. I use New King James. I use NLT. I use WEB. I use a lot of different versions. So don't worry. The reason I like the NLT is because it's just a lot easier. It doesn't use as much flowery language, but I always like to compare versions because sometimes, like, first fruits is a very important word, and some of the newer versions don't use that word. I'm not going to go into why that's so important, but it's about the Hebrew festivals. But yeah, so it's fine as long as you can understand some of the flowery words. But I think that sometimes, especially new people who are new to the Bible, those words can get them hung up and they're like, what is this talking about? So I really like, use some of the newer versions in that way, that they just, in NLT especially, it really puts it in a word in the current vernacular.
Yeah, so. No, I agree. Everyone's different, but they're really changing it now with like new King James version. I mean, it's just crazy. How many? But I mean,
I really like the New King James. Basically, it takes the King James and it removes all the Shakespearean these and thous and goest and all that. That's So my main thing, like I've said this, I guess now the third time, is not to worry about what they've done to the Bible. I think
that's a lot of the
Bible. Go ahead. Say it again.
I'm loading something, so it's kind of lagging.
Okay.
It's kind of lagging, but I said that's. I think the thou though, that stuff is a lot of the reason that people get turned away from it.
Yeah, that's why I really like the NLT, but I'd still like to compare. I really like BibleGateway.com because you can compare versions one on beside each other. But the biggest thing is just read it. And that's why I read just gigantic swaths of God's word. And also, like in my books, I have huge amounts of God's word, especially the minor prophets. When you go and you look at my book, Major Clues from Minor Prophets, those minor prophets were telling us everything that we're seeing today. It's like I read today, Habakkuk, it's so exciting because they were telling us what we're seeing. It's really exciting. All right. So now let's
Enoch is phenomenal, by the way. Yeah, I'm going to go over my Epstein post here. But the Enoch, someone asked about Enoch. Yes, Enoch is phenomenal. This says that your Ethiopian Bible and King James version are same word for word. King James is missing the other chapters like Enoch. Correct. So a lot of people don't realize that the Ethiopian Bible is literally, right here. It's literally the Old Testament, the New Testament plus the other books like Enoch and Ethiopia. I hope we go back to the 13-month calendar. Right now in Ethiopia, this is a huge deal we talked about, especially with trying to figure out the Q operation. It's 2017 in Ethiopia right now.
Okay. Okay, cool. Okay.
You can actually do a converter on like a calendar converter.
Okay.
But if you think about that for a second, Melissa, this is really going to wrap your brain.
Okay.
It's 2017 in Ethiopia. And when was the first Q drop?
October 31st, 2017.
Okay. And why is everything coming to life right now on the Q board?
That's pretty cool.
So what if the Q board that says it's biblical, right?
Yes.
What if the whole time they have been going off of the 13-month calendar or the Ethiopian calendar, which means they would have started they would have started back in 2011.
Gotcha.
And it would have been 2017 for us.
Gotcha. Well, and the other
people
thing
aren't
is
thinking about that.
the signs in the heavens, the zodiac, or the Bible word for that is the Mazzaroth of this beautiful sun, moon, and stars. I actually have a video on my channel it's about biblical astronomy. It's called the Heavenly Storybook, but it's like a clock. It's a heavenly clock. And it was like the alarm clock went off September 23rd, 2017 in our, way of counting it. And that's when but whatever year we're calling it, that was on God's timing that this went off. And for those of you who are Catholic, you know that that's part of the rosary. At the very end of the rosary, it recites the woman in labor, Revelation 12:1 and 2, which is super, super cool. So yes, thank you for letting me share all that. Say it again.
Check this out. Here we put today is the 18th of July, 2025, and you hit convert, and it is Friday. Whatever Omle is. 2017. It's 11/11/2017.
Wow, that's cool. Okay, well, and just so you know, for those of you who don't know, Revelation 11:11 is the awakening verse. The Revelation 11:11, and more than likely, many of you see 11:11 different times. You'll just see those numbers here and there. But 11:11 is where it says God breathed life into them. God breathed life into them, and they stood on their feet. And it goes back to that, what I was talking about before, Joel chapter 2, that we stood on our feet as a mighty army. And Ezekiel said that with a foot bone connected to the ankle bone, that passage that it talks about, they heard the word of the Lord and they became stood up as a mighty army. That's us. Revelation 11:11 is about us awakening. How cool is that? So that's today. Yeah. Pretty cool. That's awesome.
Well, I just want people on the Q board. I wish people kind of thought about this more, because no one knows what calendar Q went off of. And that's a problem. Like you have literally right here on the Q board, 5 different calendars to choose from.
Oh, wow.
So,
wow. I never even noticed that. That's awesome. Thank you for that.
Well, I mean, everyone's like, how did Q predict all this? That's what's happening right now is on the board 5, 6, 7 years, 8 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Well, unless they went off of the Ethiopian calendar, is it really that far back? Or is it the real time for them? And we're all messed up.
Right. Well, the Bible says that they would try to change seasons and days and years. They would try to do that and to confuse us, no doubt. And that's why I love the sign of the Son of Man, because I don't have to worry about what day it is on the calendar. I see clearly what the Lord did in that there. But it'd be very good to look at. Thank you for that. All right. So now, do you want to share about the Epstein thing? Because I'm going to have to check.
No, for sure. I'm trying to think how to piece this together. So I'm going to read off the post I made last night I had up the movie thing. I wish people understood we're watching a movie, and I mean, it's getting frustrating because,
well, it's daunting though, because the storms are real. The death is real. It's hard. I understand.
Right. But that's the enemy. When it comes to the Q board, we're watching a movie as the script is playing out.
Gotcha.
And I'm trying to find the one with the panic in DC. There you go.
There you go.
So this is what she was referring to in the start, y'all. There's 3 movies literally playing out. This was posted 6 years ago. So Q posted this 6 years ago. And you have FISA-gate, which is Obama and what they're doing to spy. You got Panic in DC, which obviously is happening. And then you got Guardians of the Pedophiles, which is obviously the Epstein situation. And again, guys, this is 6 years ago.
Yep.
So how did they know all three would be playing out? And it says all three movies playing simultaneously. Do you find it interesting that everything discussed in the past is somehow making news as of late?
Yeah, love it.
So I'm going to read my post and just kind of take this in. I want to see your thoughts. I was before bed last night it's hard to explain all this to people, but here's what I kind of believe. So I found Q post. Remember this one, 3717, that said, first indictment, unseal, which is happening right now, right? Will trigger mass population awakening. First arrest will verify the action and confirm the future direction. They will fight, but you are ready. Marker 9. So think about it. We just saw that they're going to unseal and release documents, okay? And we have a lot of indictments. But I said, what if the first arrest was Epstein? What if the Q Alliance arrested him prior to 2019 before the cabal could take him out? What if everything in 2019 was pure theater to make the deep state comfortable, letting them think he was no longer around to expose the people involved? What if Q and Trump not only arrested Epstein, but held all the original files, videos, and documents, waiting for the right time to declass? What if Q and Trump knew they would try to frame, as in the deep state, would try to frame him, Trump, with these doctored files and documents in hopes of turning the public and MAGA against Trump, allowing them to regain power once again? What if Trump is allowing them to release files, knowing it will open Pandora's box to many deeper connections, bigger connections worldwide? Israel, Mossad. What if this is the Trump card, and when the people demand proof of the real documents, Q and Trump bring Epstein out alive to the jury and the judges, allowing him to sing like a bird and confirming the real documents that Q and the Alliance have had since day one through testimony on TVs. We are watching a movie. This war was over before it started. The pill must be easy to swallow. And I can't think of a more eye-opening situation than seeing Jeffrey Epstein alive testifying on TV to the world.
That would be something.
Right?
That would be super cool. That would be
so.
Cool. Yeah, I don't believe that was his dead body, because the nose and the ears.
Well, so let's just think here. So what we talked about before we came on. Yeah, he's not dead, and everyone will agree with that. He didn't kill himself. Well, I told you that the doors are different on the cell.
Yeah, show us that. Yeah, I want to see that. But
so Epstein,
what's also crazy to me is, I mean, let's just be honest. Whenever you've seen someone, rolled out on a stretcher, they always have them covered up. Why would the world would they not have him covered up? That doesn't make any sense either. And we also know that, it's easy for them to tell the cabal, hey, we've that if you join in league with us, if you take the mark of the beast and you join with us in this evil group that worships Satan and we're going to rule the world, you don't ever have to worry about prosecution because we control all the judges. So here they are saying, okay, don't worry about Epstein, because he's skated justice, right? And that's what I'm sure they've been told all this time. Okay, wow, there's a window.
So this is the video that's going viral right now with a minute missing all of a sudden. And this is the cell, no window. This is in 2019 down here. Okay.
Oh, wow.
No, you got the window. So why isn't anyone asking about this? Because right here,
share that link in the chat. Could you, for everybody?
I can't comment. How do you do that?
Okay, so go up a little bit. Get the
link.
I
can't comment.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm commenting over on my Rumble.
Or you're okay. I got you. I thought you're on the StreamYard app.
Yeah, I'm on both, but yeah. So I can pop the comment on Rumble.
So this is my thing. I mean, this kind of confirms that we are watching theater. They probably made up the first one. Made up the first one and then made up the second one. But no one's asking about that, which is mind blowing to me.
Right. Right.
Yeah. I mean, so my guess would be, think about it. Trump is the only one that came out in 2009 and voluntarily helped bring this investigation. This goes back to the early 2000s. 2019 is, why didn't they arrest him? Why didn't the Democrats or anybody arrest him prior to 2019? Why did it take Trump coming into office to get him arrested?
Exactly.
So how far, that tells me, okay, we know Q and the military are in control. We know that Trump was asked in 2017 to step into this role.
Right.
Why wouldn't they take Epstein a long time ago and get him out of the possible, situation of them unaliving him? Why, I guarantee you they took him in with all the information, all the documents, took him to a military court, whatever they did, and said, hey, you're going to stay here with us. You're going to be locked up here, and you're going to help us with information. And if we need you down the road, hey, we might need you.
When does the bird sing?
Exactly. Yeah. So think about it. The documents, Space Force, they have everything. Trump said, we have everything. And I know you mentioned before we came on about Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah.
The raid.
Right. Right.
Yeah. The raid.
Go ahead.
What do you think they're trying to get?
Okay. Right. Well, on that, Bannon was just talking about this today, and that clearly they were going through, Melania's underwear drawer and everything else so that they could find he's connecting it to the Obama documents and the proof that they started the Russia hoax. And so that's what they were looking for. That's what they wanted.
Trump's saying it's a hoax, right?
Right. And that they not just the hoax of the Epstein, how they had doctored, in my opinion, what he means by that is they've doctored all the files that are in the FBI, they're held by the FBI, so that of course, none of their cronies, none of their buddies who are in there, who the real bad guys are in that file. So I'm sure they have a file that shows, the wrong people that should, be prosecuted. And that's where he was angry. I think that President Trump does not appreciate all these rhinos who are trying to bring out the false FBI document that would get innocent people held convicted.
Why are they subpoenaing Kash Patel and Pam Bondi all of a sudden? Because they're in it. They're in it because they're manipulated and added to it, like you're saying. So
I've not heard that. I've not heard that because yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. It came out the other day. They're trying to subpoena Kash Patel and what's her name, Pam Bondi.
That's the first I've heard of that.
But that's the thing I'm trying to tell everybody too, is go back to 2019, go back to the Q board, and go back to just earlier this year. Did everyone forget what happened in SDNY? Pam Bondi in February demanded documents, remember? And they didn't provide anything.
Right.
Okay. So they got in a lot of trouble.
The big binders. Is that what you're talking about?
The what?
The big binders.
Well, I'm talking about the SDNY in New York. You remember how they had a bunch of information?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. And they never handed anything over.
She gave them a day to hand it over, remember? And they didn't do it.
Okay. So
what does that mean? Well, my thing is this. How long have they had they've had these documents?
Right.
Years. Yeah. Yeah. And the thing is, they knew at some point it was going to come out, right? So you think they haven't doctored them, changed them?
Right.
Absolutely.
The ones that are with the FBI. Right. And that what he was saying, what Bannon was saying, and I agree on the other thing, as far as the Obamas doing the Russia hoax, that was where they were trying to get a hold of the evidence that they had started the Russia hoax. And they wanted the original documents because they couldn't doctor them.
They probably wanted all of it. They probably wanted the original documents for this too, to see how they could
had it. And it's his right on the Presidential Act for him to take some of these documents. And so they couldn't doctor them like they have all the other files that are in the FBI possession.
So here's the problem people are missing. And this is where if you don't read the Q board, you're not going to understand any of this. Q clearance, Q military intelligence is above 3-letter agencies.
Yes.
Way above. So that's the problem. Trump is not associated with the FBI, DOJ. Okay, he has a new administration that just came in, but we have to remember who ran these before.
Right.
Comey, all these bad actors.
Yeah.
Right. So they have created everything like FISA and Russia, the Hunter laptop, all this crap.
Yep.
And what I believe is they knew Trump was going to get back in 25. They knew that. So back in 2020, They knew like Trump was probably going to win another term if he ran. So they started prepping for one Hail Mary.
Right.
They had one Hail Mary left. They're like, we're going to get him with the Epstein thing. We're going to get him on the list. People are going to, they're going to turn against him. So whenever it's kind of like both chess players were waiting. And all of a sudden, when things started really escalating, we got a new financial system. We have a lot of things happening that are good. We have Axios drop a stupid report. Axios, not even valid. And all of a sudden now you have everyone talking, right?
Right.
And just, I mean, think about it. It's perfect. And then Trump's like, okay, well, be careful what you wish for. You want to release your documents?
Right.
They don't know that he has it all.
Exactly. And they're still screaming for the FBI to release these documents. And then Pam Bondi came out today saying that we're going to have the grand jury release all these documents, and they're thinking it's going to be, the ones that they have. What's the word? That they've made the patsy. They think it's a list of all the patsies that they're going to have go and be prosecuted and charged that were innocent. But it's
right.
What if it's them? Now, I still stand on the idea that just for all this truth to come out, I think it would rock the world. I still think that they're going to have to be locked up before it's released. I could be wrong. Maybe it is. If all this information about these people, this is how they run the world on this blackmail. If this truth comes out,
they're already gone. They're gone. You think they're still walking out there? So I ask people, you really think with all these things the evil people could do and everything, like this is like they said, it's over before it started, like Q said. You think they're going to let these people walk around?
Except for the fact that I still see a lot of evil that is happening. And it's very...
Well, I guess who are you referring to? I'm referring to like Biden, or not Biden, but Obama and like Hillary and,
it's
people like that. Comey.
I still see a lot of evil that's going on. So we don't really have evidence either way. So I just stand on the, either way. I just think that President Trump did say that that at some point he's going to say the storm is upon us. And it could be that when some of this stuff comes out, it could cause a huge storm. And whether it's a physical storm, like we talked about with them manipulating the weather, or whether it's a storm of just, who knows, false flags, mayhem, I don't know. But it's going to be something that everybody realizes, hey, the storm is upon us. And I think that at some point it'll have to be very obvious too that people see that, hey, these people are criminals, even the regular people who are asleep. They're going to be mass start awakening. They'll realize we've got to get rid of these people who are causing all this mayhem. And then we'll have everything settle down.
Yeah, no, I want to show you this too, the military intelligence part real quick. So people need to understand this because this is huge. When you understand that military intelligence, in which is Q and Trump and the alliance, like over here on Post 11 in 2017, it says key military intelligence versus FBI, CIA, NSA. No approval or congressional oversight. State secrets upheld under the Supreme Court. Who is the commander in chief of the military? Trump. Under what article can the president impose military intelligence take over investigations for the three-letter agencies? Article 2. What conditions must be present for that to do so? Why is it so very important? Who surrounds POTUS, the military? They lost this very important power. That's the one thing they could not do. They took over the three-letter agencies, but they could not get the military intelligence and the military and the generals. And they knew they needed that. But that's why Trump created Space Force in 2018. They have it all.
Right.
It's just a lot of connecting parts.
Which, by the way, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but by the way, I think that means that they control the satellites too, so that they cannot use the satellites for what they had intended.
Palantir.
To use these for the triggering the weather weapons, what I was reading before. So, and also they have the Space Force, so they know about the elections. They know all of that. They have all that information. Mm-hmm. They have, everything, so there's no, there's nothing.
For your viewers as well, here's the deal. Like, Juan says and stuff. They have one shot. They had one shot, and that was the midterms. And that's in less than a year and a half. So not only I mean, we have to see the exposure of the election fraud because the new system's already implemented. I've had sources, Green Berets, like people that were in charge of Dominion, and it's already laid out, kind of like crypto. It's already been played out, ready to go, you could say, the new voting system. But we have to see the fraud of the old one so we can show the people the new one. So things are going to heat up because that's in less than a year and a half.
Right.
But the midterms were the only chance that the Democrats and the left had. See, people don't realize that Trump doesn't have his whole circle. He doesn't have full control yet like he wants. He still has to, you've seen it, get around all these hoops and arrows and stuff to get things done. We have people in the House, we have people in the Senate, rhinos. And he has about 50% of his circle around him that he wants. But when the midterms hit and we actually vote these people out, man, like the Democrats know it's game over. Like it's going to be MAGA all the way. And let me say this, it's not like a dictator. It's MAGA to where the people will sound off and Trump will do what MAGA and the people are asking to do by the Constitution,
by the people,
exactly.
for the people. So I thought about something. He keeps posting about Jerome Powell, the Fed chairman, the chairman of the Federal Reserve, you guys. So he keeps calling him what? Too late.
Too late.
Too late. I was thinking about today. He keeps calling him that, and I just feel like it's a dig against the people in the cabal that they're with everything they tried. It's too late. It's too late. There's nothing they can do. It's checkmate. It's over.
Like that.
There's nothing they can do. It's too late for them.
Like he's talking to the Federal Reserve people.
And that goes back to what I was reading today in Habakkuk chapter 2 at the very beginning of this video or midway through that we'll mock them. And we'll say, what sorrow awaits you thieves. Now you'll get what you deserve. That's in Habakkuk 2. Again, go on to my freedomforce.live/end times page, you guys, and you can see more about that in case you missed it. But it's too late for them. This is the end of it for them. And there's someone had mentioned this before, and I forgot to mention this when we were talking about this, but the Antichrist is someone who's anti-family, anti-love, anti-freedom, anti-justice, all these, anti-nation. This is what an antichrist is. It's not one individual. They seeded our thoughts that it was just going to be one individual who would get all this power. That's not the way it is. It's this behemoth. The Bible talks about this behemoth, this monster that is controlling the entire world. That's the New World Order. And so that is the Antichrist because they literally worship Satan.
I just want to say this to Kim. Kim, there's two ways to look at this. We have come so far. To say, we have another year. You have like another 3 years of Trump, but yes. So you're literally witnessing a operation that's been going on to visibly for, I would say 8 years. Okay. Since 17, but they're dismantling a 2,000-year-old cabal system.
Right.
So there's two ways to look at this. And I think this is important as we end. There is so much good happening. If you focus on the financial shift, you focus on the winning with Maha, you focus on all the things that are happening with your foods and many things that states are doing, and don't focus so much on this crap. You'll be amazed. A year is probably going to go pretty fast. But yes,
well, I'll say one thing for Kim. Okay, I'm going to say one thing that maybe I'm hoping that it's going to be sooner than that, Kim, and I know you are too. Okay, so something that's kind of cool. The Bible talks about this 7 years. And I want you to catch this from that sign of the Son of Man that I showed you guys. 7 years ended October, 7th of 2025. That was 7 years. Okay. So I think that, and then literally a week later on the Day of Atonement, if you don't know about the Day of Atonement, it's a beautiful Hebrew festival. And on that day is when you proclaim liberty for all the captives and debt cancellation. That is in Leviticus chapter 25. And so what's kind of cool about that is that on the very beginning of that, which is the Hebrew day starts at 6 p.m. So right at around 6 p.m., President Trump, it was the first time he used the word golden age. This is the year of the golden age. This is I think he was pronouncing Jubilee. And I believe that this is what we're seeing happen. He mentioned to the cadets the other day when at their graduation ceremony, he said twice, this is the golden age. I promise you, this is the golden age. Go back and listen to it. I believe that this is, we're heading into this golden age, but I believe we're going to see something big this year and very soon. I hope that's the case. I hope it's not, back into May of next year. But either way.
Well, again, it depends on the question. So, Scott, by the way, I said by visibly seeing the operation, as in social media, and visibly seen.
Oh, exactly.
17 is when people really obviously met Q through social media. But yes, the operation's been going on a lot longer. But again, that question is, we have another year. It depends on what you're asking to see. I mean, in a year, you're probably going to see a lot.
Yes.
Juan said big arrests are coming in 3 months, and that was a month and a half ago. So,
yes,
I mean, I kind of believe him. I mean, it's kind of playing out.
The golden age is going to get brighter and brighter and brighter and brighter, like a dawn. It's just going to get brighter. So, we're already in the golden age, but it's just going to get brighter.
Well, a lot of that too is just removing evil. I mean, when you remove the evil, and the depression, man, welcome to ascension.
And you start having the food where it's not all poisons that you're eating. I mean, it's all had to happen at the same time. We had to have the awakening, the ending of the wars, the peace, the wealth, the health, all of it happened at the same time.
Can I lead us out in a quick prayer?
I would love that. Thank you.
Awesome. Heavenly Father, I just thank you for another day, another breath, and just this community that you continue to build. I thank you for Melissa and everyone out there who's fighting the truth and revealing so much that the enemy has hidden and stolen from us. Father, I just ask tonight that you give healing to our minds, our heart, and our souls as we move forward. Give healing to anyone battling a disease, and just remind everyone out there that we don't need big pharma. We don't need government. We just need faith and prayer and action. And faith in you. Father, I just ask that you give revelation, bring us revelation and truth in the coming days. But most of all, unite us with the people we need. Unite us with the people that are within your purpose for each and every one of us, and align us with those, but remove those who are not. Remove, even if it's hard, Father, remove the people that are distracting, deceiving, and help us move forward step by step. Jesus, we thank you for your sacrifice. We thank you for being a leader and a teacher, and just come into our hearts and our minds and teach us how to be like you, and unite us with love, unity, and so many blessings. It's in Jesus' almighty name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Amen. That was awesome. And my little puppy just woke up. She just
woke up. You got a puppy?
Yes, I've got a puppy. You have to go by my social media and see. We got a little wiener dog. We have a wiener dog. Yeah, his brother died a few years ago, and he's just been so lonely, and so we got a little wiener dog. And so
I love wieners.
Yeah, she's so sweet. Her name is Bella, and I'm just in love with her.
I really do love wiener dogs.
Look on my social media, and you'll see her. But she loves to sit and while I'm doing a show. But this was kind of long for her bladder, because her bladder is about this big. Right?
Oh goodness, yes, mine too. Mine too.
It was so great being with you. It was just awesome. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Likewise.
Beautiful. I loved it. Thank you for all your great
We will do it again soon.
All right. Love you guys.
Okay. See you guys. Have a good night.
Bye.
Sorry, guys. Just reading your comments. No, nothing's wrong. I'm just slow. All right. Let's see if I can find out where we're at. I want to look at some of this update with one from I don't know, a day or two ago.
July 15th, 2025. Hello, I'm John Michael Chambers, and welcome to Intel and Insights with Juan O Savin, proving over many decades now to be a national treasure. This show is published monthly, and the archives of all my Juan episodes can be found on my website. So sign up at johnmichaelchambers.com and for free, and follow me on my Rumble channel for notifications when these shows are published. Also, be sure to visit thejennifermack.com and avail yourself to the very best in Juan-inspired MAGA material, as well as the silver coin, which I'm going to ask Juan to talk about at any time during this broadcast, because silver is exploding. So anyway, Juan, thanks for being here. There's three subjects I'd like you to weigh briefly in on here that are on the minds of me, America, and people all across the world. Of course, the Jeffrey Epstein debacle, I say psyop of sorts, but we'll jump into Epstein. Dismantling of the deep state, the DC Corporation, the USS Corporation, that system. It seems to me that a lot of progress has been made. I want to talk about that and the transition of the entire economic system from banking to currency to debt and the QFS and so forth. So that's kind of where I want to go in the next hour or so. So I'm just going to launch right into it, Juan. It's become increasingly more difficult for certain individuals within our movement to remain firmly grounded. You've always said, pick a lane. Well, many within our movement can't seem to stay in one lane these days. They're all over the highway. So I've been responding to many of my followers on the subject of Jeffrey Epstein by simply stating that it's confusing. We are engaged, in my opinion, in part in a psyop war, mechanisms and so forth under the wartime command structure, being that we're in a military operation, which includes deploying deception and appearing weak when strong.
We've talked about this before. There's a lot more to Jeffrey Epstein than just him as a pedophile. It was an entire racket, and others were involved, including intelligence agencies running this. It was run by the Brits, U.S., both CIA and FBI involved heavily, and then Israeli intelligence. So you've got, and by the way, not in a legal manner. Those people involved in those things were doing so in violation of the law and their oaths, under some kind of color of authority. They were running their own intelligence programs. So in all of those cases, they weren't lawful. For example, think about this too. Southern District in New York wouldn't relinquish the records to Bondi. She had to send a note over to Cash that was fairly terse, and Cash went down and kicked the door in and got the records that were there at Southern District in New York, which handled the original prosecution. And then even then, they found records in other places. The other thing is Trump has stated that the records have been convoluted. Well, they were in the possession of people that hate Trump over in Southern District of New York FBI. So have they tried to fabricate things to make Trump look guilty? Are they capable of doing that? Well, we've seen a lot of drama going on down there all along. So have we proven, or do we know that as a proven fact? Not so far, but Trump, has alleged it. And I think, go ahead and release what they think they have on Trump. And let's see if we can prove that it's not true. May already be records in other places that counter whatever may be in there and fabricated at that, is there in the Jeffrey Epstein stuff. And beyond that, I have contacts that are dealing with stuff in the islands near where Epstein's facilities were. And they are absolutely adamant that they have stuff that's far worse than what is contained in the Epstein files. And so something may yet come out that goes after some of the same people. Additionally, Ghislaine Maxwell's still around. She's in custody. She had maybe more access and more going on even than Jeffrey. So in this intelligence operation. So I don't think this is over at all thus far. And then remember that Cash and Bongino and Pam Bondi, they've all said that they're making these statements based on the material they have in hand, either material that's been withheld or material that that's absolutely possible. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So I don't think we're at the end of the Epstein stuff. It's frustrating, I know, for folks, but I don't think we're anywhere close to the end of this.
Well, thanks. Juan, if you can provide a succinct statement, because, with the varying comments from Bondi, namely Cash, Bongino, and certainly the president himself, it sent a lot of mixed messages to everybody. My opinion, it's part of deception and part of a grander plan, which you to some extent alluded to. Give us a soundbite, if you will.
Well, hold on. Let me add something here.
Yeah.
Let me add something here. In going into the Epstein stuff, two of the players, they're front and center when these operations were active by intelligence agencies are Comey and Brennan. And we're going to see the appointment of a special prosecutor possibly within the next few days. And there was broad speculation it was going to be Matt Gaetz. That doesn't look to be the case right now. And there's two other names that have been brought up. I think I know the one that's probably the right one at this point. But they want someone that's already been vetted by Congress and looking at things. There's a little bit of shell game going on to keep things from, look here, don't look here, kind of stuff. And so I think we're going to have someone that's named, I like the name that's been proposed, even that we know from today from certain things. And when we get that special prosecutor, in fact, the other thing we're talking about summer of 2015, I don't think that's adequate. The number of people have put in that, it has to go back at least a quarter earlier, 1st of April, 2015 and probably much earlier than that. Why would that also fit? Because now you get back into the era when stuff was live with Epstein. If you have the CIA involved, I think blackmailing, the things that went on at Epstein Island, allegedly, well, Brennan, and he got Comey over the officer who was when other officer and asset females were told by Comey to go infiltrate the Trump campaign, and they were, given license to do whatever you got to do, and try to honeypot any guy that you can find in the Trump campaign to learn more, get in there, and then that was not held in files that would ever be accessible. And so without this whistleblower coming forward and saying, I was there present, this absolutely happened, I put my reputation on the line, signed an affidavit, and here's the people that were, commissioned by Comey to go in and infiltrate the Trump campaign in 2015. That's a very serious thing. There was no, this is before Crossfire Hurricane, before any allegations of Russia. This was purely for political motives. So was there other things going on into the Epstein world that Brennan and Comey were aware of, gave authorization to, etc., working Epstein to blackmail or honeypot other people? I'd say that's a very strong likelihood. So, this is far from over. And, they're going to say, with the records they have, this is what we can say. If other records come to rolling over rocks in the FBI and CIA and see what comes out, you might get some additional surprises.
Thanks, Juan. You've been intermittent. I wasn't sure if you finished or cut out. My opinion, I certainly don't have any hard evidence, but I don't believe Jeffrey Epstein killed himself. I don't believe Jeffrey Epstein is dead. And I agree with you. This is just getting started. It's not over. And I believe all those that have dissented against the president and some others, and I understand why, I think will come back around later and realize perhaps they've spoken too soon. Also, I also get the view that people need to challenge information for sure, and I understand all that. But when you look at what this president and this country has been through and the way it's all gone for 10 years, people shouldn't be alarmed by these recent statements, in my opinion. But I consider it all good news. And I do believe the pedophiles will be taken down, and I do believe that justice will be served at the end of the day. There's plenty of evidence in the comms that the president has put out for these 10 years that could back my statement up pretty strongly. Well, I want to switch gears, if you're ready to, Juan, into another subject.
Well, let me add 1 second.
Sure.
One extra thing, John. Anybody that actually thinks that these allegations against Trump about pedophilia and being buddies with Epstein and all that are true. Even Epstein's own attorney, who spoke with Epstein just days before he supposedly died, the suicide, and was trying to work a deal with the Justice Department, by the way, right in that window, has spoken publicly several times and said, look, I asked Mr. Epstein days before, he died, that if Trump was anywhere in anything, obviously what they were looking for was some kind of leverage that might help them in the court stuff and in the sentencing. And Epstein said, no, he's nowhere in there. Now, he's in there fighting for his life. I think if he had anything, he'd have said so. and he said, Trump's not in there anywhere. So that's from Epstein himself. And by the way, the other thing is if Elon thinks he has something on Trump tied to Epstein and or Bannon or anybody else, when did he learn it? Was it something he learned before he decided to weigh in and help Trump and park his plane beside Trump's plane and kind of join the fight in the campaign? Did he learn it during the Doge stuff? Or did somebody come to him with some evidence, privately? If that's true, if he has something, Trump has said release it all. He's not holding anything. That's what his direction was to Pam Bondi, release it all. And then she says, FBI is not giving it to me. She sent a very terse letter over to Cash, directing him to go find the guys that had the evidence in Southern District of New York and get it. And then tell me what you're going to do as punishment for them not giving that information when they were directed to from me via an executive order and executive directive. And so, Elon, if you've got something, since Trump said let it go, probably got released to just go release it, and then we find out if it's actually true and accurate or not. He could have been fooled by somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody could have, and I apologize, I got calls that keep coming in. He could have been fooled by somebody who made something look very real. So let's let the pixel counter compare notes. Scott's true. I think there's other political stuff going on there. Elon wants to start his own separate party, but again, don't build your breakaway party on a falsehood over the dead body of Republicans or Trump or something like that. It won't last. If you got something, let's see it. And if you don't, or if you have an allegation by a friend of a friend, come on, you know better than that. So, but if you got something, I think at this point, turn it loose to the world. Let the chips fall where they may. Let the people scan that and examine it and see if what you have is true. It would, in many ways, destroy the Republican Party if you could prove that Trump's not the man that he presents to the rest of the world. Elon's, pissed off, whatever. Okay, you want to guarantee your party goes somewhere? Here it is. He knows that the Democrats aren't going to survive what's going on right now. And so that's why he's coming with a new party, because by the time we're done with what we have on the table right now, the Democrat Party won't exist.
Well, that's music to the world's ears. A quick comment I like to make on the Epstein thing is coattailing off of what you've just stated. If they have it, release it. Look, in this so-called Epstein list, which is now in question in a lot of different angles, but that list that we've been talking about all this time, if Trump was on that list, as someone who's been there with evidence, and I know, and everyone listening to this broadcast knows that Democrats during the, quote, Joe Biden years certainly would have released it then before Trump seized control over Washington once again. I just think this is all good news. Let it all play out, and the truth will be revealed. And I think, of course, in my opinion, Trump has nothing to do with it. There's plenty of evidence of all the things that Trump actually did do concerning Epstein that would be quite contrary to what the allegations are today. Juan, you mentioned about special counsel. We also have a special counsel looking into election theft. The FBI official criminal investigation now into Comey, Brennan, and the rest of the clowns. To me, it's evident, and to many others, that we are exiting right now, if not already done, the U.S. corporation from back in 1870 with England and Washington, D.C., and all of that. We seem to be systematically, day by day, step by step, restoring our constitutional republic with massive changes taking place or about to, but we've got to piece it together on our own, it seems. Then there's all the symbolism and the Trump comms at the July 4th celebration. Talk with us, if you will, Juan, what you know, what you can tell us, what your analysis is about the plan. What is really going on here? What is really taking place behind the scenes with regard to that transition out and back to the constitutional republic? Because I see, to some extent, from the things I've been looking at, it looks like the core things have already been done. And that will dovetail us into the economy, which I got many questions for. But let me take a pause there and have you weigh in, if you will.
Well, I don't know that they're done. The initiating things are in place that, point to a different direction. I think the most important one, and remember, you cannot, the cure can't be worse than the disease. We're not trying to blow the ship of state up. There's a lot of things that cannot be corrected instantaneously. And so, we're turning it around, but that's a process. And we're in very dangerous, shallow waters with reefs and all sorts of things around us and hidden currents. So you just can't, pull in a China factory, okay? Now, the most important thing that Trump is doing, there's really two. Before he is done, he will have changed the way that the vote is conducted in America and got us back to an honest voting system. That will be the most important thing Trump will do during his public life, public office. To return the vote to the people, honest elections, and get rid of the fraudulent players that have been injected into government through fraudulent votes. And the second most important thing, but it's so fundamental, is going back to constitutional money. At the end of the day, putting into the country into a bankruptcy or something like that, back at the end of the Revolutionary War and the 1812 War, those agreements, the way they were implemented, it's un-American and anti-constitutional, all the way up to putting the Federal Reserve in place. What Trump's doing is, you saw it with what happened over at the White House and the Treasury, put security fencing around both the White House and the Treasury. Immediately after, had the Army in there, did the big parade, had the fireworks, and then put the two flags up on the White House lawn, 88 foot high, checked the distance between them. And then beyond that, he put the security fencing up. But it's not because they're worried about anybody coming over the wall into the White House or the Treasury. That's not what's going on here. It was symbolic. Trump was in the middle of a war, and still is, with Powell over at the Federal Reserve. And the chairman there at the Federal Reserve, Powell, has not brought down interest rates, and they're very high. They're attacks on America by this private banking cartel. So what Trump has been positioning himself to do is to go back to constitutional money, gold and silver. And that's why you saw the gold and silver markets and also Bitcoin move radically last week, and again, even the beginning of the week here. And I think that, the next checkpoint on silver is just under $50. So in short order, you're going to see silver, which is the more mercurial. It moves faster and harder than gold does, and gives the temperature of the country, if you will. Okay, I had to watch a message. I apologize there. So at the end of the day, he's going to defend the constitutional money, which is gold and silver coin, by the Treasury, not the Federal Reserve notes, which are banker money. And, the Federal Reserve, by the way, a lot of people don't realize this. It's actually a Federal Reserve system that's all over the world. For example, within the Federal Reserve system, Japan is also guaranteed by the Federal Reserve on its deposits. So if Japan gets in trouble before America does, you could wipe out all of the security money for bank accounts and have nothing left for America by the time they got to America, because they're first in line for a problem. So Trump is making it very clear that when this fight continues to develop the way it is, he's going to protect the Treasury, the constitutional money, and that's at the core of America, Constitution, everything, right? If you don't have constitutional money, if you don't have money as a nation state, then you really don't have any power in the world. And the problem for America, by the way, also is, let's just speculate that the money in Fort Knox is gone. It's been pilfered. Now we're going to go take it back because it was stolen under false pretenses. And some of that's already underway, as well as other places in the world, other countries in the world. When we do that, is there going to be enough to cover all of the debts that are honest debts of the American government? No. So there's going to have to be a time factor, and to rebuild those coffers. And where's it going to come from? From out of the ground. We have great reserves, both silver and gold, but it takes time to do that. And that's been in play for well over 3 years, because I know the guys that went under the NDAs, had dinner with them just before they did, and some of them I trained. So with that in mind, you're going to see everything that we have backed by gold and silver. Then the other thing is that you're going to see certain obligations. Just Trump is here to preside over the bankruptcy of America. But in a bankruptcy, a good judge looks at all the debts, and if there's what he wants to do, he or she, there's some really great female judges out there too, by the way. Judge Janine Pirro, now the USDC attorney. What they want to do is to protect the original investors, the original money that was invested in some project. If it was misspent, if somebody's hijacked it, they weed through that. If there's, huge legal bills, things like that tacked on with ridiculous interest rates and compounding a lot, even to the IRS, the judge will reject that in order to protect the honest original money that was there and try to be as even-handed as possible. In America, what's gone on is there's a lot of false debt that has been piled on that just, was stupid the day it was put in there, including the debt to the Federal Reserve and some of it to other countries. It's fabricated. So what a judge can do, and what is actually going to happen here, we're going to seize a lot of assets for the criminality. China was behind COVID. China was behind the vote theft. China is going to have cost the world massive amounts of money, including, theft in resources. And I wish I could talk more on that, but I'll save that for a little bit. But there's something really interesting that's developing right now. So with that in mind, we're going to give the bill to them. And anywhere they have assets, they've bought farms all over America, we'll seize it. They've got all sorts of resources and factories and stuff like that all over the world. Well, we'll seize them. We're going to cut off the food supply to the Chinese Communist government and to other groups all over the world. Where's that going to go? It's going to go into a bank account for repayment for all the debts, for all the damage, for all the theft that China's been part of. They're not getting away with this. And that's part of this bankruptcy resolution. This isn't a bankruptcy to sell off all the goods. This is a reorganization. You have Chapter 7, Chapter 13. This is a reorganization of America and then a resetting. Are we doing it with the Federal Reserve notes? Or are we doing it with the Treasury deposits and receipts for those deposits of silver and gold? Constitutional money. We'll be able to pay all of the honest debts, public and private, that are there for the American people. Just take a deep breath, relax. It's going to happen. But there is drama still just ahead. These guys aren't going away easily. There's so much on the line here. They will not go away easily. So we're going to have to, have some fisticuffs. I think there's some dark days ahead for America with threats. But at the end of the day, we're a lot tougher than a lot of our enemies give us credit for. And we're strengthening by the hour. Even the ability to go in and weed out traitors from within who have been doing the bidding of China. I'll give you one little sneaky little thing that my friend Pat Byrne has made known just in the last few hours. The building where the servers were at, a portion of them, in Serbia, that were used to flip the election in 2020 and 2024, that building, the person who is essentially defected and come over to the American side and is giving information behind the scenes that will be part of war crimes trials at Gitmo in the future. That person said his business partner on the building where those servers were located was John Brennan. Now think about that. If that isn't an earthquake, split the earth in half, revelation, you mean to tell me that the director of the CIA during the time period they were getting up to and prepping for the 2020 election had a business interest in the building where those things were placed that were used in flipping the election? Do you think we should just prosecute that as a policing matter over at the Justice Department? Or do you think that is treasonous, since China had its top intelligence people there managing the flip of the vote? Come on. Let's go to Gitmo stuff. And all the people working with him in that time frame, which would include Comey and others, most likely going to end up being with Hillary in that same thing in some fashion, and other people, they're all going down for the count. And it won't be to, upstate New York. It's going to be down at Gitmo. They'll have their own wings.
Wow, fascinating analysis and intel there on the entire segment you just walked us through. If I can summarize it in simple layman's terms, if the restructuring and dismantling of the Federal Reserve and the IRS as we know it is underway, the restoration of sound money through the mechanics that you just walked us through should take any question or myth off the table as to what's going on and where we're heading. I would also throw in and have you weigh in the External Revenue Service, which it seems to be in part, if not in the main, the tariff move. With all that money coming in, the restructuring and the bankruptcy of you've just educated us on, it seems to me that the fraudulent debt that we will not be responsible for should be an overwhelming amount of the actual debt. That's just speculation, but I think it's probably somewhat well-founded. And lastly, before you weigh in, is of course, that 160 trillion in trust that we touched on last time, it sure seems to me that this global financial reset and other resets of all kinds that are taking place are moving rapidly, perhaps more than meets the eye. Any comments about my comments before we take a few other twists and turns?
Well, I've said to your audience and other audiences numerous times, the Federal Reserve was created and implemented at the same time that the IRS was created. Both of them were based in territories of the U.S. Initially, they were in the Philippines. And then when the Philippines got their independence, they were moved to to Puerto Rico. So the IRS and the Federal Reserve, their offices are in Puerto Rico. Now, courts have found, U.S. courts have found that the IRS is a Puerto Rican corporation. No more federal than Federal Express. Federal Reserve, no more federal than Federal Express. They're there to manage the funds to pay the debt, the interest on alleged debt going back to the crown. And so then the question becomes, is that fraudulent or is it legitimate? And then what President Trump is doing, what, are we going to pay this debt forever, service this debt forever? It hasn't been long enough, going back to 1812 or 1860s or, 1913 and things like that. Of course, it's stupid. It's a fraud. And so part of what Trump's going to do, and part of what he's doing right now, he sent the message, Powell, bring the interest rates down. Interest rates in Sweden, Japan, other places are under 1%. And the U.S. is paying these ridiculous, 4 and 4.5% interest rates. And Powell couldn't bring it down 1%, couldn't bring it down 0.5%. It's a tax on America. Where's the money go? Service the banks in England, where all of the world banks, have their, offices, the city within the city. And to give you an idea how powerful, see, the city within the city in London is the old Roman city. The walls are all around it. When you drive around downtown London, you see the old wall in various places. And even now, for example, the Queen, during all of her reign, every year, she had to go to the gates of this ancient Roman city, the city within the city, where all the big banks have their offices, the square mile. And then she had to take her shoes off, walk into the city through the gate, present herself to the mayor of the city of London, the city within the city, the old Roman city, curtsy and bow to the mayor of London. Now, here she is, this monarch, of this vast empire. Okay. The Commonwealth countries are just absolutely, it's the biggest country in the world if you get right down to it. The crown corporations and all the money there. Yet she must present herself, and of course King Charles has to also present themselves to the mayor of London. The royals had to do that for centuries. So who's really running this? Okay, you have the visible, and then behind the scenes you have this other entity and group that are actually running things behind the scene. When the dossier against Trump was created and then disseminated, where did Strzok and Page go? Where did McCain's aide go to get the dossier claiming that Trump, is involved in this Russia bullshit? They went to the city of London. That's where they got it. And it was a British agent who created this and then was later proven to have been totally false. This trusted asset created out of whole cloth. That's this fight that we're in another revolutionary war. And who's claiming we owe a bunch of money? These banks.
Of course.
What's Trump coming up against? He's going to protect nationalism, the Constitution, not the Federal Reserve dollar. So what people want to do, and the dollar's been declining steadily, for 120 years. Okay, but even in the last couple years, it has declined very steadily. Pretend for a second that gold hasn't moved in value $1, 1 cent. The same with silver. It hasn't moved in value at all over the last many decades. But instead, the dollars that you would use to buy gold or silver, they've gone down in value. So when silver appears to be going up, it's not. The value of the dollars that you are trading for the silver, that's what's going down. It takes more of them to buy the same silver or the same dollar. What you're looking at is a crisis for the Federal Reserve. If you had gold that you had back to, 100 years ago, 150 years ago, the gold actually still represents a similar value of labor today as it did then. The old saying was, a $20 gold piece in San Francisco at the end of the 1800s. Gold miners would go in, they could buy the finest suit available there in San Francisco. And you had people out there, Sutter's Mill and all that with the gold rush in California. And then the 49ers. Then you had the stuff up in Alaska. And same thing going out of San Francisco and Seattle to go find their fortune with the gold. They'd come back, they'd have an ounce of gold that they would, get to the Treasury turn it into a gold coin. And you go and buy the very finest suit available in San Francisco. Okay. I had to buy a suit just a short while back because I have very important meetings out in D.C. coming up, and I figured, well, I better go grab a couple of suits so I don't look like the riffraff. I can tell you that the cost of a high-quality suit right now is about the price of a gold piece, a 1 ounce gold piece. And thing work, etc. So you have to think about that. Gold didn't change at all. The value of the dollars, the Federal Reserve dollars, has gone down. Now, Kennedy wanted to reinstitute Treasury dollars with silver certificates. And those silver certificates were tied to actual silver in the vaults at the Treasury. So you could take a silver certificate in its entire life and go exchange it for the value of silver behind that certificate, depending on the denomination. What happened was that when LBJ came into office, he went out immediately, canceled the silver Treasury certificates notes, and they bought them all back out of circulation. And now they're quite valuable if you have one still. What Trump is preparing to do is essentially reinstitute what Kennedy was going to do. And by the way, Kennedy intended, that was the first shot across the bow early in 1963 with those silver certificates. He was going to flip the entire system over to silver certificates after the election. And in his second term in office, and of course he'd be a lame duck. It didn't matter what people didn't want him to do or whatever. That's what his plan was. And it never got done. Trump sees himself as coming in the shoes, in the spirit of Kennedy, who was stolen from America before he was able to complete his mission. That's why he had Melania wear the Tiffany blue dress that was, Jackie created the color Tiffany when she was helping with the design and paint scheme for Air Force One. And the blue on the bottom side of Air Force One is Tiffany blue, a color that was created, patented as this color that Jackie Kennedy came up with. So when Melania and President Trump, Melania wore a Tiffany blue dress, that's the way it's described in the website, on the inauguration day in 2017 as Trump came into power. And then they carried Tiffany blue packages, gifts, wrapped in Tiffany blue wrapping paper that matched her dress, and presented it to Michael and Barry Obama at the front porch of the White House. And so, by the way, picture frames with somebody's framed picture. Somebody's getting framed here. But that's important because Trump intends in his second term to complete what Kennedy started. And that's why he put the defensive fencing around the Treasury. It was symbolic. We're going to defend the backbone of the Constitution, which is the money, gold and silver, and the American people's wealth and our national wealth. And we're going to go after anybody that has stolen or frauded us in the financial community, including the Federal Reserve. They're going to get a bill for fraud on all those banking deposits, and we'll find a way to go after it. It's going to be epic. And by the way, there's things happening that, I really can't go into the details, but amazing things happening with massive amounts of money that are technically off ledger. It's a very difficult area for most people to understand, even people that work in this area, and that is going to be sifted back on ledger, but not at the Federal Reserve, but at the Treasury. Yeah. And if the banking system doesn't work and cooperate in doing that, then that's where Trump will go to war. And some of the meetings, even later this week in the White House, are part of those activities and operations. And I don't know that they'll be made public. There's one aspect of one particular thing that I know they'd like to make public, having to do with veterans. But let's see how it comes out. I don't know on the timing. I'm aware of it, but I don't know on the timing what is intended there. So, we'll talk about it more when it actually happens.
Thanks, Juan. We've been fighting, as you know, many battles, but this battle, follow the money. It's about the economy, stupid. This is the jugular, and we're getting very, very close to it. A couple of quick comments. You talked about President Trump coming in and picking up where JFK left off, and I guess that's where the expression starter and finisher comes in, for Trump being the finisher. For those that want to do the research, Executive Order 11110 is what Juan was talking about in terms of the silver certificates for JFK. And another last two notes I took, sound biting, if you will, coming from the Q world, as I recall back in the day. Gold will expose, bring down the Fed, something I'm paraphrasing Q. And then, of course, gold is to the Fed as light is to the vampire. And we see all this now playing out as you lay down at a fairly mid to high level what's really going on versus all the noise that is out there on social media. And I'm glad we've got this on the record with you, Juan. And it leads me to this final statement. The global financial reset, these are economic financial battles, and you've alluded to the fact that they're not going to go away easy. And you've talked with me about face to face in Asia a year ago about concerns you had in the debt and bond market emanating from Japan. Do you see, as we go for the jugular now with all the moves that are being made that you just talked about with the banksters and the enemies, do you see have any concerns for a bond and or stock collapse, either by design or due to the nature of things? What do you see there? Do you have a warning sign, or you think we'll just glide through it and smooth sail through it? What's your take on what may be lying ahead in the stock and bond market?
Well, the hidden portion that's even hidden to the, most inside groups of people. Japan is actually, when we took down the Soviet Union and we used the Japanese yen as one of the staples, the Deutsche Mark, and trading into Russia to get dollars for rubles, Deutsche Mark for rubles, yen for rubles. The part that was not really widely public was very heavily into the Brazilian boa and South American economy. Some of the stuff that's happening even this week in the background, and I'm going to tell you, there is a component of this that's huge in all things related to the election fraud in 2015, 16, 17. Intelligence agencies, FBI, CIA, and assets like that, very, very focused on Brazil. There was a particular thing that happened that destroyed a very close friend of mine who had worked doing stuff for the agencies for decades. And he died a broken man after having, done everything for the country within this covert situation. Other people were extremely damaged. And it started about the same time that things were going on with Pat Byrne, almost the same week. So as we see these things become known related to the election frauds, attempts to, Russia, etc., you're going to see Brazil very heavily in there. Now, the problem is it's in the financial market. And anything in Brazil has blowback to Japan because the largest Japanese population in the world outside of Japan proper is in Brazil. And a lot of the banking stuff there. So there's leverage into the Japanese banking system with things that could happen all the way over Brazil and related stuff in South America. So we would feel it here in America as it comes from Japan and accelerates. But the origin of origins is probably the stuff that's in play right this second in Brazil. And one of the problems is that if you have, for example, all the people get excited about Zimbabwe, the dinar out of Iraq and things like that. That money is technically off ledger. And it's a reserve bank game. So for people that are expecting that they're going to get paid back in this reserve bank rules, global banking rules, excuse me, that's somebody else's game. It was done for part of the fraud. If they had their way, Bitcoin would be $3 million a coin right now had Hillary won. And what were they really going to do? They were going to break the dollar. They were going to switch the Federal Reserve dollar into this digital currency and dilute it down to nothing and pay all the debts and everything. But they'd have the debts, not you or me, in their little scam. It didn't happen because Trump came in. So they're still trying to sort that out. But the reality is we're not going to play the game. Trump's not going to play the game. We're not going to let them get away with destroying the dollar into money backed by gold and silver. And then we're going to demand that these people pay us back our gold for the tapes. An epic thing. It's going to be an epic battle. But you can pick a side. I can guarantee you Trump's going to war with Powell Powell is rumored that he may step down as the Federal Reserve later this week. He's said publicly that he's not stepping down. And Trump's been demanding he step down for quite some time, back even when he was running for president this last year. So we'll see. But he may be getting fatigued on this, and they may want a fresh player.
Juan should patch back in any second, folks. You've cut out completely, Juan. Come back in. I'll be here. I'll buy some time. Folks, listen, I have friends, personal friends. Okay, Juan, you're back, Juan.
Yep.
You cut out there.
I apologize.
You're talking about the replacement of Powell because he's getting run down on this. So that's another possibility is what you're referring to, right?
Yeah. Look, the Federal Reserve is not going to survive what Trump is doing. We're going to go after him for repayment of a lot of debt that they owe us, this international global reserve system. Trump's not done destroying the Federal Reserve. He'll be done when he's gone after the international Federal Reserve System. And by the way, anybody that's on the BRICS side, and again, Brazil is right there at the beginning of BRICS.
Yep.
That's why I mentioned Brazil tied to Japan. Saudi contract. And
You've cut out, Juan. It sounds like you were
already picked a side with America and Treasury and military.
Yeah, you cut out. You were talking about Saudi Arabia. If you can finish that off, we can hear it. Would be great.
Yeah. Saudi Arabia has already decided they're not going the BRICS route, and that's why they did the defense contract purchase of defense side with Trump. Qatar's.
Yeah, Juan, this is you're cutting out. And this has been a very, very powerful episode. I'll talk until I hear you chime in. Folks, there's a lot of noise out there. Some of it's on target, much of it is off target. I believe everything Juan has just talked to us about is the real story behind the financial reset and currency wars and so forth that we see taking place right now. This is a broadcast worth listening to. Again, thanks, Juan. Can you say hello? Let's see if we got some transmission on your audio. We lost you after Saudi Arabia. Yeah, we don't have any audio just yet. If you come back in, Juan, I'd like to close out the broadcast since the there you are. You're back. Go ahead. Say something, Juan. Go ahead.
Yeah, I apologize to your listeners. I have a task that I have to get done, and I have so little free time.
Let's wrap the show up, Juan. Let's call it an episode. It's only been 45 minutes, or give or take, but the amount of information that you've shared, I was just saying to the audience, with all the noise that's out there on the economy, and everyone knows what I'm talking about, some of it's valid, much of it is not. I believe you just laid down what is really going on behind the scenes in this financial reset, currency supremacy war, total shift on the planet that the president is undertaking. And it's very encouraging what you've said. Close out, Juan, with the dangers regarding these economic battles that lie ahead. And I think you've already painted the picture of the good ending, and that's the end of the Federal Reserve and the IRS as we know it. But I'll close this out of the broadcast since you've got to go, and I greatly appreciate this was chock full of incredible information. Close us out, Juan.
Well, there is some dark days ahead, and as we do this shift, the challenges, the people that we're engaging are really capable of anything. This is a life and death thing for many of these people as far as they see it. One system dying and another coming to life. So expect the unexpected. We're going to win. We have great resources, but that's where I've talked about this near-death experience. Mm-hmm. The other side is capable of anything. prayer required. Don't think this is over. It's not. We've got opening salvos. Trump has not even got all of his people in place yet. This special prosecutor being a huge component of that. So deep breaths, prayer required, and then even on your personal stuff. I'm not saying this isn't Chicken Little. The sky is falling. It's not the end of everything. The banks aren't going to close, and your money's gone forever. There's a lot of drama ahead. Tangibles are better, and you don't want to be exposed too deeply on the real estate. I don't think at this point in time of any type. There may be some fantastic buys, and I, myself do intend. I'm waiting, even though there's a couple things that I've wanted to grab. I'm not going to for the time being. I don't think this is over, even if the prices start looking pretty good. And remember, you're sending, probably over 10% of the existing population out of the country before it's all done. And more of these people that are here unlawfully are self-deporting, as I predicted and said. The ones that remain, it'll be more difficult for them. But the other side of the coin is the people that self-deport can then apply to come back in sooner than anybody else. And if you're deported, you won't get to come back at all. So if you want to be able to have the opportunity to come back, you got to self-deport and then go through the front door. And it won't be in 6 months. It'll take a few years. But the sooner you're out, the sooner you can begin the process. We are going to want legal immigrants to come into America. America is going to go into a prosperity boom unlike we've ever known before in every way, shape, and form. So the people that self-deport first are going to be first in line to come back in lawfully through the front door, not looking over their shoulder. And we're going to want lots of people coming back. We're going to welcome them arms wide open as we vet them. And the ones that have histories that we don't want, they're not welcome. But the ones that the workers, the people that think American, that want to be part of the American dream, we want every last one of them. And so I think that's one of the things that's not understood with what's going on with ICE and everything else. The people that leave first get first in line to come back in. And I was mentioning I had a person that did automotive paint work for me. And he came to me some time back and asked my opinion on what was going on. And if this was going to be like Reagan, where they, just finally get, to stay because they've been here for so long. I said, I don't think that's the case at all. And, he has property in Mexico that he's paid for and maintained a farm down there and like that. And he decided to take his entire family, I think it was 21 or 23 people, his kids, his grandkids. He could convince a relative, an uncle, and their kids to leave, or a brother, I should say, and their kids to leave. They stayed here. He went back to Mexico. They've got settled in, and they've already got their applications in to return legally to America. They're ahead of the rest of the pack. They'll get, allowed to come back sooner than anybody. And we will want them back. So, that's my advice to some of these people out there that are questioning. No, please don't make us deport you, because if you're the right kind of person, and this person is, his kids are in college and all that, they all had to leave. He said, nope, we're all leaving. We're all coming back in the right way. And especially for his grandkids, he didn't want them to not be able to enjoy the American dream. They grew up here. He's also taken in other relatives because he has a larger piece of property, and other relatives have decided to come back down and start working the problem to come back. And that's exactly what's going to happen. The sooner that people make the decision to go, the sooner we're going to be willing to look at them to come back into America. And that's a beautiful thing, because we're going to have so much work, so many jobs that need to be done as America prospers in the not too distant future, as a result of all the things that are happening with Trump and the finances and all the other legalities and the monsters taken out of high office that have been, operating in a treasonous fashion in plain sight. It's going to be something amazing.
Well, thanks for weighing in on the immigration and deportation issue. I think it's great insights. And I want to close out the show with 3 reference points for our audience. One of them we'll begin with, Juan, as we wrap up. I'm on your mailing list through jennifermack.com, Gumroad. There's some announcements you made recently about silver at thejennifermack.com. Please talk with our audience briefly about that. And I've got 2 other places to point the audience to as well. Go ahead, Juan, please.
Well, we had to raise our silver prices last night, Sunday night, just because of the way that silver prices have moved just recently. And as it tacks up, we'll probably have to raise it again here shortly. So I expect, silver to go up almost $10 in the near term, and more than that, even before the end of the year. So, and bank silver that's not for collector value, not numismatic, just for the weight of the silver as coin, is the best buy. And so I always, people want to know, we have our coins like that. They're fun. They're collectors. They're limited quantity. They're proof quality, comparable to a silver eagle proof, not a uncirculated. They're different qualities. And so we enjoy, I think they're very fun. I think they'll be very valuable because we only make so many a year and out into the future. And they tell a story in the series. That said, if you're just trying to, save the farm, whatever, bag silver, which is already minted, it has a known weight, value, purity, it's a legal U.S. tender, is probably your best safety, moving forward. And that's what Trump's going to protect. And, I enjoy to sell what we have. I'm just trying to get people, I'm not doing it just to hawk what we have. It's more to draw attention to the issue and have people think again is where I'm at.
Absolutely. And I've got some of your collectible silver coins, previous issues in my home here in Thailand, actually. And you're absolutely right. Those that are looking to hedge against inflation, you want to just get the bullion coin, modern, not already in circulation, not numismatic quality. So, folks, I just want to wrap up thejennifermack.com for the silver coins and for a lot of material, all Juan inspired at thejennifermack.com. Also, you can visit. I had a lot of people asking me, what do we do with talk about the economy and XRP and how do we protect ourselves during this danger zone? I put together the wealthcoachuniversity.com, 10 free modules of education there for those. And I have to tell you, those that are interested in preserving their wealth throughout this transition, and I have to tell you, segments of this episode with Juan are going to be put on that platform because that's the underbelly of everything. And I want to thank Juan for providing us the information that the people really need. Turn down the noise of everybody that's out there. Find very select sources in the podcaster jungle because this is a time at war where we need to not waste our time and not be propagandized. Lastly, sign up for free at johnmichaelchambers.com and receive my free JMC Unplugged and newsletter each and every week. Juan, you've closed us out with some dangers ahead. Juan has left us. Thank you very much, Juan. Some dangers ahead for us, but the golden age is upon us. So I just say, folks, get out of the danger zone right now. Visit wealthcoachuniversity.com. Re-listen to this broadcast. And again, I want to thank Juan O Savin for his time. You can see he's quite busy doing the media and podcaster sometimes circus, but also obviously the incredible meetings that Juan attends behind the scenes and the work he does behind the scenes. One day when Juan wants to be a little more liberal in terms of offering his journey and his role, of which he shared with me some off camera. I'm going to bring Juan back for a second time into Conversations of Consequence, which is where Juan was one of my guests many years ago there. You can find Conversations of Consequence. I just did Derek Johnson. I just did retired General Paul Vallely. I've got Dr. Sherry Tempany coming on next week. You'll find that at johnmichaelchambers.com, Conversations of Consequence. I'm going to sign off now, folks. God bless and protect you, Juan. Thank you very much for your service to the new media, if you want to call us, and for all the work you're doing. Folks, thank you very much. Share the show far and wide. Stay safe, everyone, and may God be with you. We are at war, and we must unite in truth. Subscribe for free at johnmichaelchambers.com for my monthly communique, which includes alerts, warnings, announcements, and access to my most valuable resource network to help you to navigate this storm. With your free subscription, you will also receive a digital copy of one of my books, Trump and the Resurrection of America, an Amazon 5-star rated book and 6-star rated by the late Robert David Steele. Won't you join me as we take our country back and redirect humanity on this much-needed course correction? Remain informed, empowered, and connected, and subscribe today at johnmichaelchambers.com.
Alrighty, folks. I never even updated the thing at the bottom. Jordan Clark and John Michael Chambers. God bless him. If you want to get a head start on different things that we'll look at from the past week, I recommend checking out Jerry's channel. I think I shared it earlier. Put the link in the chat here. If you want in on our free giveaway, you need to put the number 17 down in the chat. We have lots of signed copies of things. It's a free giveaway. It's to give all of you a chance to be involved in the fun we had over the week. There's lots of things to check out. I admit I'm very unorganized and behind on things right now. I apologize for the gap in the show earlier. I'm not going to lie, I'm tired. I am tired, my friends. It's been a long journey. Got a lot more to do to catch up and move forward, but we'll get it done. I wanted to make sure you guys were properly updated. Well, I don't know if I'd say properly. I tried to update you. 17 what? Just 17, Dominic. If you want involved in the giveaway, we've got three Kid by the Side of the Roads, Mary Crowley's book, 4 copies, or 2 copies of Rachel's first edition and 2 copies of her second edition, children's magazine. And I'm not doing this as some goofy promotion for the channel or something. It's just about me wanting to give back to you guys who helped me get there. I want to, include you in the fun. So there's a few different prizes to win. There's like 8 different things to win. If you want to join in, put the number 17 in the chat or comment on one of the videos. Robin, got you down. Anyway, I will get some sleep and get caught back up on things. I don't like being unorganized, but I'm so tired lately I can't even process a thought. Anyway, we got a lot of fun adventures ahead, and I'm glad we're gonna get to do all this together. We really worked hard, and you guys stuck around. You believed in me, and now I hope you get to see how that pays off. Yep. Let's see. I got you, Karen. Got you, David. Butterfly. That's, you know, I tell you, it's just, the amount of love and giving at the event the other day. Such amazing people. So, you guys want to watch something else? You guys more tired than me. There's a couple different times Juan speaks in those videos on Jerry's channel. Let me share the link again to Jerry's channel in the chat there. Thursday and Friday, Juan spoke somewhere in those videos. Oh, I'm trying, David. I'm trying, man. It's been an adventure. I'll tell you what. I'm still kind of speechless. It's a weird meeting. And it wasn't like meeting one of them. I met like a bunch of different popular people all at once. And it's not that either. More than anything, it's just getting to see a glimpse of what the future's like. That's what I think. The beauty in being around like-minded, kind, loving people that try and help each other all the time. I think that's a slice of the future. Yep. You know, it's funny. Somebody had just handed Juan his car keys, right? And I reached over to shake his hand, and he thought I was reaching for his keys, and he started to just hand me his car keys. He was tired. I was tired. Thought I was taking his car key. Fight, fight, fight. Either way, it's an absolute honor to meet him. It's an absolute honor to meet Mary and Jerry and Rachel and everybody. It was an honor to meet Terry and Denise and Marina and Aaron and Bill and Kevin and Marie and so many beautiful people. I want you guys to come and see it. You have to come see it. I am covered in mosquito bites. I think tomorrow will probably pick back up in regular news. I'll be caught up on things. I had a lot to sift through today. Things move fast. There were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of Telegram messages to sift through to get to today's events and getting caught up on everything. And the people that I got to network with, I want to join their Telegram page. Where we're going is pretty exciting, but got to hold out on these dark days and stay strong. We got to back President Trump when he needs us. We got to back people like Juan. Not because I'm telling you to, but because I went 1,100 miles to find out if people like him were the real deal, as well as getting baptized and other things. And they're definitely the real deal, you know. That's what you got to do in life, though, if you want to get to the bottom of something. Mary said it best in her speech, to go the distance. I hope you get to see that. If not, I may play that part of her speech tomorrow when we're on, because it's pretty awesome. Talking about the field of dreams. And I don't know if I told you guys this story or not, but she's telling her go the distance story, Field of Dreams, and I get a notification on my phone at the time, and it's in reference to the video I did weeks ago called Stormbirds, and I got a copyright on it, which is weird because I don't get copyrights weeks later. It never happens like that. And it was for a Neil Young song, which I don't use because I know his songs are copywritten, which was also weird. But the one little clip it brought up out of my 5-hour-long videos was a little clip I had shared from the Field of Dreams, and it said, if you build it, he will come. And that popped up right when Mary was speaking about it. That's called a sign. And Mary is very beautiful, yes, Mr. Kane. She really is. She's very beautiful. And inspirational. She's got a heck of a vision, and I believe in her vision. She's a dreamer, and I believe in what she believes in. It's very exciting to listen to her. It doesn't matter if they're married or not. I wasn't there to like pick up a date. It was nice because seriously, I had just gotten out of the car and hadn't met anybody yet, and she was the first person I saw there. And she was very nice and very kind and made me feel at ease. So anyway, throw a 17 in my chat somewhere in my comments if you want to enter this raffle. It's going to be done on Wednesday's show. So you've got till Wednesday to join. If you've never read the book, join. If you've got some grandkids, join. If you have kids, join. If you want a little piece of history, join. These things will be a huge piece of history. I think this 3rd edition Japanese version should be the main prize. It's quite the book. It's awesome. I just missed my Gideon's Army t-shirt. I wish I hadn't misplaced it. And on the other note, I wish I had taken more stickers because I went through so many cities. I could have stuck a Gideon's Army sticker in like 10 different cities on the, outside the train station. People stick stuff on the flyers and poles. I could have put a Gideon's Army sticker up in different places. I don't know what to say. This experience changed my life, and you guys got to be a part of it. You guys made it happen, and I want to make things happen for you guys, so I will reach out pretty soon to Juan about doing an episode, and I'm going to reach out to some other people. I'm going to see if Jerry wants to do an episode with me and talk more about the Gideons. I'm going to reach out to Mark Cook, see if we can talk about the election fraud here. I'm going to reach out to Mary. I've got all their numbers. It's crazy. And see if she would like to do an interview with me talking more about her vision. So some of the things I'd like to get accomplished here once I unpack. You used all your stickers? Yeah. I've about used all mine too. I should have grabbed more. That's all right. I've had an amazing journey. I really do need some rest, though. Things I can promote that we missed. We missed an episode of Field McConnell, the Revival of America podcast. We might catch up on it, or you guys can go catch up on this stuff. Australia One Party with Lieutenant Colonel Ricardo Bosey. We missed an episode of that. Love Colonel Bosey. And of course, Juan was on Nino. Maybe today. I can't remember. And you should check that out, of course. So, stuff to catch up on. And of course, those episodes from Thursday and Friday with Juan on Jerry's channel. Thank you guys for sticking around. Sorry if I dozed off there, whatever happened. We'll continue this journey tomorrow. I know you guys have more questions about meeting Juan and stuff like that, but just remember, this is all about you. You're the difference as to why we're going to actually take America back this time, and that's what's important. So, much love, my friends. God bless you. Add your 17 to the chat to get in on the raffle. And I will see you folks tomorrow. Tomorrow. Yeah. I love you guys. God bless you.